Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12:52 p.m. on a Thursday. It's 3/12/2026. It's 70 degrees in my house. As you can see, it's a Thursday, 12:52, 70 degrees, 3/12/26. I love you guys. Hi. Hello. I am playing my. No, I'm not gonna play Priest. I'm gonna play hardcore today. I'm gonna drop it off the big face, but I forgot to log in yesterday, so I'm coming in to. Oh no, I did Hearth. I Hearth. Oh good. Okay. Exit. Leatrix Plus, wrong version installed. Okay. Activate. Good. Close. Then we come next to Rust. And factional warfare updates. Cool. What's that? Let's see. Factional upwards. As part of the upcoming let's have the AI read this. God damn it. Can you not fuck with me, you stupid piece of shit software developer? Suck my fucking dick. I don't need you to alt tab right now. Fucking piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developers. This is long. Wow.
Capsulars.
Stop. First of all, capsulars. You muted. You're on the AirPods, which is good. I want you to do this.
Capsuleers. A part of the upcoming summer expansion is the introduction of military campaigns, along with a focus on making factional warfare more appealing and accessible to players new and old. Two key issues are being tackled to accomplish this, each currently acting as a barrier to entry. Concern over losing standings among players interested in or already participating in factional warfare. Players getting killed by their own friendly militia members, commonly referred to as a wuxing. Current problems. Factional warfare is inconsistent when it comes to standings. Those only participating in PvP and focusing on the content around warzone control, like capture site, advantage objectives, battlefields etc. will not lose any standings. If, however, you participate in factional warfare missions, you will lose standings with the enemy faction. Getting promoted may also cost you standings, which can feel especially frustrating to those who didn't want to get promoted, because it simply happens at certain standings thresholds without opting in. This can make promotion feel like a negative consequence, rather than a reward. Completing career agent missions with a new character could cost you standings through the final mission in the chain, through derived standings. There is no warning that this could happen, unlike in storyline missions, and it could lock new players out from joining two of the Empire militias, based on the enemies of the career agents. Attacking another character in your own militia will cost you faction standings, the intended design being that continually attacking allies will eventually hurt a pilot's standings so much they'll be removed from the militia. This doesn't apply to characters inside a player corporation, however, who can actually fall to -10.0 standing with their faction and remain enlisted, as long as the average standings of the corporation within the faction remain above 0.0. This creates a loophole where a character inside a corporation, with enough positive characters to balance out their negative standings, can attack friendly militia characters indefinitely without ever being removed. Another loophole that gets abused is creating brand new corporations and immediately joining factional warfare with them, populating them with -10.0 characters, then proceeding to a works for a week until the corp gets kicked out when the average standings catch up. Solutions. We have already started to tackle the standings issue, with more to come in the summer expansion. Career agent missions no longer give derived standings, so players no longer lose standings to the Empire factions when completing the final mission. Promotions no longer give derived standings, so players can no longer lose standings with other factions when getting promoted within their militia. Level 1 and 4 factional warfare missions no longer have standings penalties for killing NPCs and structures found in the missions. The plan is to roll this out for all other factional warfare missions during the lead up to the expansion. If you're unfamiliar with the term, derived standings refer to the impact your standings with the main faction have on allies and enemies of that faction. For example, completing a storyline mission for the Minmatar Republic would increase standings with them, but also grant some smaller amount with allied factions like the Gallant Federation, Sisters of Eve, and the Thukka tribe, as well as decreasing your standings with enemies and rivals like the Amar Empire and Caldari State. This has now been changed, so you only gain standings with the main faction, just like in epic arcs. So now, you will only gain standing with the Minmatar in the previous example and not gain or lose standings with the Gallant or Amar, respectively. This will make it impossible to lose standings with a faction while participating in normal factional warfare gameplay, while also ensuring consistency. Standings penalties from NPCs which appear in capture site complexes were removed in 2012, and we decided not to add standing penalties to the new content introduced in the Uprising expansion, such as battlefields and supply depots. The hope is that this will now also give greater purpose to factional warfare missions as one of the best ways to raise your standings with corporations, and indirectly with your faction through promotion. Additionally, the upcoming expansion will add new ways to improve your standings while participating in factional warfare, by allowing you to earn standings with your faction by completing objectives in military campaigns. To address the loopholes and issues with friendly fire, we are adding new restrictions to joining factional warfare corporations for characters with low standings with their faction. Characters with faction standings below -5.0 will be removed from factional warfare corporations 24 hours after receiving a warning. If the character in question is the CEO of the corporation, the entire corp will be removed instead. Characters will no longer be able to join a factional warfare corporation or alliance if their standings with the faction, the corp, or the alliance they are enlisted with are below -5.0. A corporation which is not a part of factional warfare will be blocked from joining an alliance already in factional warfare, or joining it themselves, if any member is already below -5.0 with the faction they are trying to join. This should have the effect that players who repeatedly attack friendly militia characters will be kicked out eventually, while still giving a lot of slack for characters who may already be negative with a faction but want to join factional warfare for a corporation. This gives some leeway for players who might accidentally lose standings through unintended friendly fire, or by completing other content in the game. We will also modulate the standings hits by applying a different multiplier for friendly fire inside a factional warfare site versus other areas. Players who attack other players inside a factional warfare capture site, such as battlefields, will now receive 2x the standings penalty currently on Tranquility. Players who attack other players outside a factional warfare site, such as a Metenox grid, will now receive 0.5x the standings penalty currently on Tranquility. The intention here is to reduce some of the frustration of players inside the militia when they might feel forced to engage a pilot inside their militia in unrelated content in LoSec, while increasing the penalty for those deliberately attacking their own allies in a factional warfare specific context.
That's good. Yeah.
This is fairly experimental and we can dial these numbers as we see fit. If we notice an increase in a wuxing outside of factional warfare complexes in an unhealthy way, we can increase the multiplier back to 1.0x. If things seem healthy and stable, we can also experiment with lowering the number. We are aware of concerns about pilots stealing the LP payouts in factional warfare sites by simply hanging around while others do the work, commonly referred to as seagulling, where some feel justified in attacking members of their own militia they perceive to be leeching from their war efforts. While there are no current plans to address this in the expansion, we are monitoring it closely, with potential solutions in mind, should there be a pressing need to deal with the issue. Results. While none of this is a silver bullet for a wuxing, our hope is that this set of changes should curb most friendly fire cases that currently exist, without being so rigid that it restricts the majority of players participating in factional warfare. With more ways to improve and manage your standings in the militia, there are also more paths to recovery, and with the removal of all normal standings penalties from factional warfare content, there are fewer barriers to entry for those wanting to dive in. Timeline. Standings penalties have already been removed from level 1 missions, as well as derived standings penalties from promotions and career agents. With the release of this dev blog, level 4 missions and the new penalty multipliers for friendly fire inside versus outside factional warfare complexes are now live. As the expansion moves closer, we will remove the penalties in level 2 and 3 missions, as well as implementing the system to kick characters out of corporations based on negative standings. If it is ready sooner and a wuxing becomes a bigger problem in the short term, we may try an early release at a lower value.
Hey, lots of people. Ooh, money. Oof, I made like 4 gold. Must sell more. That raw sage fish, maybe it would be better uncooked? I don't know. I think I'm going to put stackable meat away until I have stacks and just sell them.
How may I aid you?
Stackable meat. I don't think well, I am interested in keeping those, I guess.
Goodbye.
You have to reach level 10, do you? That sucks so bad. Well, I'm not doing that. Anyways. Raw sage fish, big bear meat, tangy clam meat, lion meat, stag meat, all that stuff. I'll get some ice water. I'll be right back. No, page 12. I don't know if I like that quest. I'm just going to move on. No, these are valuable and I don't want to buy them. Why do I have 2 stacks of anti-venom?
Looking for something special?
Just sell it. Okay.
May
Better.
the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Oops. I am trying to go get Signet and an instant warp scroll. And an instant re-raise. Oh, I have an instant warp. No, I do have an instant warp. It's just not. It's not sorting correctly. It's weird. Why is instant warp at the bottom though? All right, whatever. Oh, this sound is turned off, is it? At least I didn't get a tell. I need to turn it up. I think I'll buy a couple of juices too. Some Yagudo drinks. Oops. Just for emergencies. Yeah, there's a lot of Yagudo drinks for Fresh Plus 2. How much are those? 1,500. We'll buy 4 of them. Three of them. I'm gonna buy a chest. The wool doublet, is it cheap? No. $60,000. I don't know. Vit is not that bad of a thing. I guess I could take MP bonuses, but it's expensive. Screw it.
I have exactly what you need. Hello? Goodbye.
Speak quickly.
Just gonna double check the trainer.
What would you ask of death? Farewell.
Wow, I got all those vests for cheap, huh?
I have exactly what you need. Hello? Watch your back. What do you require? Victory for Sylvanus.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested.
Set a
Docking
one-time
request
alarm for 2:50. Thank you.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
I am forsaken. This had better be good. Embrace the shadow. What now? Our time will come.
What is it? Embrace the shadow.
Somebody bought all the copper.
What is it? Remember,
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
Speak quickly. Embrace the shadow.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Check, 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 check.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
You join this guild, but I'm not go. I want to join this guilds.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Move this over a little bit, yeah. Is it a capital J? I think it is.
Approaching Stargate.
Is that it? It must be a lowercase j.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Maybe it's just not there anymore. Jeff Kaplan. I always wondered what Jeff Kaplan thought about Overwatch.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
have to live in theirs, and they are going to...
Y'all, so why I go to my leasing office today to renew my lease, and they was telling me how my rent is going to increase by like $600.
Ever wonder how much it costs to live in a camper? It's not as cheap as you might think.
And I do love this house. I love everything about this house. I've come to the realization that I can't stay here because I can't afford to.
You know, I live full-time in an RV, and we're trying to get a new RV, and they're just super expensive.
Call it a mobile home, call it a trailer, but either way, we're buying one.
People are buying storage sheds from Home Depot and converting them into homes. The billionaires have already bought those too.
I just got our rent renewal, and it's going up by $300 a month. $300 for a one-bedroom apartment that is not updated in any sort of way. We already pay, with all the fees and everything, $2,000 a month, and now we're going to be paying $2,300 a month for this tiny apartment.
22.6 million renters in the U.S. are now cost.
I think we have to maybe kill the rich people before they kill us. I know most people on the internet just are too afraid to say it. I think it's very clear to see, and anybody with a fucking brain can fucking see it. If we don't kill them soon, they're going to kill us. They're going to charge us to death. And then they'll ride our money through the apocalypse in bunkers. We have to, like, actually maybe kill them now. They've been full-blown destroying us. Charging $2,000 for rent. Charging $500 for water, charging $5 for a gallon of gas. We're probably gonna have to kill them. Honestly, kill them to get them to stop their greed. We'll probably have to literally, it'll be a greed war. Like, if you're greedy, if you charge $2,000 for rent, we're coming for you right now. We're gonna end your life, bitch. Your greed has killed our goddamn country. Fuck you, fucking efforts. Suck my dick, you worthless pieces of shit landed gentry, you know, white whale cocksuckers. Fuck you. And sooner or later, I believe we are going to have to kill them. Full-blown kill them. You understand? Kill them.
Burdened, meaning...
They won't let that money go. They won't let it go. They'll fight us. They want this money so bad. They're going to fucking fuck us to death. We have to actually maybe stop them before they kill us.
They're spending more than 30% of their income just on housing and utilities.
Not if we kill them first. Not if we get them first.
People are working 40, 50 hours a week, but half
Not
their
me.
paycheck is...
No, I did all the way up until I was like 33 or something. Then I began to realize it's all a chump, it's all a chumps game for fucking tools with low IQs and shit working in the current age. It's for tools with low IQs. Maybe they have good hearts and they want a good life. And maybe they work hard, I'm not saying, but I mean, you can't get ahead. It's obvious that you can. Anybody who tries is a fucking idiot. I don't mean that like in a way that I want to disparage poor people or something. I'm saying anybody who's still trying in 2026 to get by through normal means is a fucking idiot. They've killed the fucking country with their greed.
Is gone before they've even bought groceries, gas, or...
I used to respect the working man. Now I think, oh, you work for those fucking shitheads? You're basically stormtroopers. You're the Nazi tools. You're the toadies that the Nazis ride into the apocalypse. That's like literally how I view the working man now. I'm sorry, it's so much further than some anarcho-punker communist thing or something like that. I full-blown view it very black and white like that. If you work for anybody but yourself, you're the piece of shit toadies that the fucking software developers are gonna ride into the fucking apocalypse. But I'm sorry, that's like literally how I view it. Nothing. It's not hyperbole. It's actually the fucking truth. If you work for these fucking, if you're a toady for these fucking tools, you know, in 2026, you're hopeless. You're not going to get out of this. Enjoy the 200 square foot squalor, you know.
Had any fun. So naturally, people start thinking, why am I paying someone else's mortgage?
I'm not doing that. Fuck you. I just stopped. I went to the streets. I was just like, nah, fuck them. They're going to have to reset and deal with me on a different level now. I'm not going to work for my own death. Fuck you fucking assholes. You and your landlord bullshit. Suck my dick. fucking greedy rich white people sucking my fucking dick every day. Fucking worthless piece of shit cocksucker greedy rich white people. Fucking software developers and greedy rich white fucking, you know, slave owning fucking piece of shit ass fucking, you know, real estate company owning fucking asshole so and so's. Don't fall into the trap. Fucking landlords and the cocksuckers who steal our money are full of crap. And every bit of the way they run the world is every bit of fraud.
I should just buy a house. And that's where the next trap lies. The median single-family home hit over $400,000 in 2024. That's 5 times the median household income. To afford the monthly mortgage payment on that home, you need to earn at least $126,000 a year.
126. Do you know anybody making $126,000 a year in 2026? Maybe in the software scene or whatever. Maybe software developers are making that kind of money. You know, the thieves. Maybe the thieves and rapists are making that much money, but we aren't. Like, we being all of America is not making 126 grand a year. That's a fucking fantasy. Fucking fantasy. Unreal, like just unrealistic financial fucking retardation.
Million people.
Unfeasible housing system.
Who rent in the U.S. Only 6 million of those.
Infeasible, excuse me. It's infeasible. Our current housing and urban development is infeasible. It's like a death cult. It's a system designed on killing people. And yeah, we do have to pretty much kill the landlords and take their money back now. And take our money back now. They've been stealing our money with that rent. We probably actually do have to fucking kill them now, maybe. And I'm sorry, I don't mean like go out and exterminate them like some kind of Holocaust or something. I'm saying, ask them to reduce the rent by 85%. Like on every rent in the entire goddamn country, they got to reduce by 85%, or we just kill them. Take our money back. I'd very much like to kill them, the landlords. I will not lie about it. I would very much like to kill the fucking landlords. I will not try and hide that. I'm not saying it for hyperbole or so some little Aikman can get angry at me or something. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I'm just telling you the goddamn truth. I'd like to kill the landlords. I mean it for real. I'm not a violent man either. I don't want violence. I want them to either reduce by 85% or lose their lives. Because they won't stop. I know they won't stop fucking us to death with their financial dick. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Fuck you, asshole.
People make that amount of money each year. That means mathematically...
Everybody around me, they know too that I was done with this shit like 10 years ago. I was just like, I'm not doing their rat race. I'm not doing their taxes. I'm not doing their fucking bullshit. I'm not doing their criminal prison industrial complex. I'm never breaking the law again. I'm never doing rent ever again. I'll just fucking die on the streets if I have to. Whatever the fuck it is. I'm not playing their fucking worthless, like being a Matrix battery in their fucking Matrix of fear. I'm not doing that. They can suck a fucking dick. Every last television show, every last movie, every last song, pretty much is all rejection and resistance to that fucking reality. Oh. Scary. I went too far north. So yeah, after all my music, all my television, since Captain Planet basically has been against, this sort of terrible privatization and fucking rich people taking advantage of everybody and shit. So yeah, I'm that guy who talks freely about how I want to kill you. I think we probably have to kill you and get our money back now. You know? Every song, every movie, every Star Wars since I was born has indicated that I'm gonna have to take the thieves from the temple out back and put them down like Christy Gnome's dog or whatever the fuck, and or whatever her name was, and yeah, you think you need to put a dog, Put down a dog in your fucking rock quarry. I think I need to put you down in the fucking rock quarry, stupid piece of shit, bitch. Suck my dick. Get fired. Stop fucking over the American people. Worthless piece of shit. Fuck you.
87% of
Gotta take those rich people out back and put them down like Christy Gnome's dog.
renters will never own a home.
Was it Christy Gnome's dog? Isn't that story, right? That was Christy Gnome's dog, wasn't it? She's never gonna live it down. Wasn't that the lady? Yeah, yes, the cricket story. Yeah. I need to take the rich people out back and put them down like Christy Gnome's dog. You think I'm fucking kidding? Nah, it's been 27. No, it's been longer than that. No. Let me think about that. This started when I was, the poverty and the problem started when I was about, I would say 13, somewhere about there, right around the turn of age. So what's 45 minus 13? It would be the 32, right? Yeah, 32, yeah. It's been 32 fucking years, assholes. 32 years, and I don't have any decency left in my soul when it comes to you. I would like to kill you, frankly. It's been 32 years of this grinding our bones to dust poverty. And I just don't like you anymore. I don't value the Democrat or Republican Party. I don't value your lobbies. I don't value your military. I don't value your fascism or your bullshit or your cocksuckery or your racism or your problems or your, all the terrible things you do to make sure other people have a bad time is what I mean by cocksuckery. I don't mean something having to do with sucking actual cock. I'm talking about you guys bring down the quality of life of everybody around you but yourself. Rich people, they bring down the quality of life of everybody around them except themselves. They're essentially poison personified as people. They do poison the water, the food, the air. They are poison as personified as people, and they must die. They must die. I full-blown believe they must die. Like, full-blown. I think, I hate talking murder, but, I mean, they're not going to give the money back. You think Elon Musk is going to give us our fucking money back he stole with fucking government contracts for Challenger rockets that sucked dick and did nothing? I don't think, no, I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to give us, I don't think he's going to give that back to me. So, yeah, we talk about killing them. What else can we do? They raise the rent to kill us and use us as matrix batteries to fucking block out the sun so they can bring their evil, Satan God to our planet and stomp on us or whatever fuck weird matrix stuff these pieces of shit fucking Peter Thiel cocksuckers talking about the apocalypse are actually up to. Maybe drones that are more drones than humans that all have like nuclear warheads or whatever. I have no idea what their dream is. But anyways, I would like to kill them before they kill us. I'm sorry, I'm maybe the only person in the world who's willing to actually say that. But I think it's time we kill the rich people before they kill us. Sorry. Let's place some buy orders. Ooh, Master at Arms went down. Place a buy order for 55, 581. No, I want advanced. 55, 581. No, 591. 590. Yeah. We'll just say 6. 55, 6. Yeah. And I want 20 of these for $1 billion. Give me 20 of these for $1 billion, and I'll sling them on the fucking on the hypernet while I'm doing it. Yeah, give me $1 billion worth of fucking. Give me $1 billion worth of Master at Arms, bitch. Yeah. Give me $1 billion. Give me the juice. Consume. Leave in my shuttle, bitch. Get the fuck out. Get the fudge out. Boom, I'm done in Cheetah. Bye. Pop in, get high, and leave. See ya. Put a buy order for more drugs. Get me some more drugs, please. I would like $1 billion worth of drugs. My own weight in Turkish hashish and black tar heroin. China white. Bring me $1 billion worth of drugs, please. The EVE Online reality is so much better than the fucking current reality in the real world. I'd rather live in EVE Online. At least the fucking the poisonous cocksucker landlords haven't ruined all of reality here. Only like nullsec basically. You know, stupid sovereign piece of shit landlords have only ruined nullsec. You can still do fine in high sec and low sec. It's funny, but yeah. I love talking shit about rich people. It's my favorite fucking thing to do. You might say I'm rich because I receive a $7,000 payment a year. I'm so rich. Yeah, I'm just like them.
Autopilot jumping.
So I was just out on a walk right now, and check out these homes.
Pieces of shit. Do you know where he is? I know where he is.
Next to this path that I'm on. I was looking.
It's Colorado! The land of my birth. I'm native, baby.
These homes up on Zillow.
Colorado Rockies, right out there by Denver. He's right out there by Denver.
Oh.
No, no, I'm sorry. That is, I want to say New Mexico. I'm sorry, it's New Mexico. I got it mixed up. I got to see the full 360 panorama to know whether or not we're in the basin or not.
Looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of
$600K for that piece of shit. I wouldn't pay $225. I don't buy houses. I'm just not stupid. I wouldn't pay more than $225 for that ticky tacky. You can suck that ticky tacky dick, bitch. I'm not paying more than $225 than for that. It was why, so my kids can all grow up to be fucking lemmings in that shitty town. What is that, Las Luces or something? Yeah, where is this? Where was this? Where are you?
50 for these.
You didn't say where it is.
Really tiny houses.
Yeah, they're fucking small. You can see that they've been working on making them smaller. Jesus Christ, why? So you can pack more in there like sardines. So all the kids can turn out like fucking those fat people in Wall-E or whatever. Or was that Wall-E? Yeah, I believe it was Wall-E, right? Where they're all like fat riding around in fucking armchairs and stuff. Yeah, like when I think of the neighborhoods like this, I think of those people from Wall-E that ride around in armchairs and watch TV all day.
I mean, they're not very big. You can see the...
I'm sure that's what I'm doing right now, but I didn't do that my whole life. I think these people will do that from the age of 5 all the way until the age of 105. I didn't do that my whole life. I definitely did not do that. The whole last 45 years, I did not do that my whole life, no.
Properties they're sitting on are tiny, and yet...
No, I would say sit around and do nothing. I think I've only done that for, I think, about 10 years of my life. You know, I have done it.
People want $650,000.
Why do you have a microphone on your eyebrow?
For these homes at what?
You idiot. Oh no, I guess it's a hat. Never mind.
6.25% interest rates? No wonder nobody can afford anything.
According to NBC, in Q2 of 2025, investors bought 1/3 of all single-family homes sold.
Oh, good. I can't stand the sound of the turtle's fucking feet, so we're just gonna kill him. I can't stand this guy. You're so annoying. Shut the fuck up. Stop walking around in the water. You're so fucking annoying. Stop walking around in the water. Stupid piece of shit developer. This is the developer. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of him. Fuck this developer. Fuck him. Fuck him and his stupid repetitive sound warfare bullshit. Fuck your sound warfare, bitch. Fuck your fucking sound warfare, bitch. Fuck your sound warfare, bitch. Fuck your sound warfare. That's you, piece of shit Blizzard developer. I beat the fuck out of you. And I robbed you and skinned you alive, you stupid piece of shit developer. Kidding. I'm kidding. Ah, the blessed sounds of silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend. We've come to fuck you for rent again. Rent used to be $475. Now it's $1,975. And the sound of the blood as the wave starts. And we slaughter all the landlords. And it's the sound of landlords dying. Hello, landlords, my old friend. You've come to fuck us in the ass again. So I came to your house. It was a really big McMansion. And I burned that motherfucker down and stole everything you own. 'Cause you don't really own. 'Cause it's death to the landlords.
1/3 of homes in a 3-month period. And now they're not just buying homes, they're building entire neighborhoods that you can never own. These are called built-to-rent communities. They look like your average subdivision.
Build to rent? Build to rent?
And houses, driveways, backyards, but every single home is rental only.
I'm gonna see if my cat's okay. I'm just gonna step out there and see if she wants to get in a couple hours. Hey, kitty, you getting cold? Come inside. Yeah, you'll come inside. It's a little cold. Yeah. You don't have to if you don't want to. Yeah, all right. Yeah, just make sure you're not freezing to death out there, kitty. I don't want you to get too cold, you know? Yeah, we love this kitty. We don't want her to catch a cold. You're not stuck out there all day, I promise. Good kitty. Good kitty.
To rent now accounts for 9% of all new single-family construction in the U.S.
Ah, this stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. But ain't nothing right, ain't nothing wrong, ain't nothing right. And still I sit and get fucked by landlords all night.
Companies like Tricon, which is part of Blackstone's real estate portfolio, are building these in Texas, Arizona, South Carolina. Look at this. A 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,900 square feet in Texas with fees comes out to $2,911 a month. They've got the cheap vinyl flooring, bathroom tile from the early 2000s, and a backyard the size of a shoebox. All for the low, low price of $3,000 a month.
Only $3,000 a month. That is $36,000 a year, you fucking crazy shitheads. Who the fuck do you know has 36 grand for rent every year for a ticky-tacky 600 square piece of shit? Nobody, crazy delusional landlords. Nobody. We probably might have to kill you worthless pieces of shit. I'm dead serious. If you charge 36 grand a year for rent, I probably might have to fucking kill you, bitch. And I mean it too. I'd be like, hey, anybody want to kill some landlords? Yeah, you say 36 grand, I say 36 chambers, bitch. 36 chambers.
The idea of solving the housing crisis is you will never own a house. You will rent a house instead of an apartment, but each year they'll still increase your rent.
Well, I can't afford my house anymore. My mortgage just went up. When I first purchased this house, it was $169,000.
This guy, he wants to kill the landlords. You might think I might not get anybody when I say, hey, you want to go kill the landlords? But no, there's a bunch of us out there that want to kill the landlords. You keep stealing from us, see how it goes. You just keep stealing. You just keep on stealing, piece of shit. We'll see how that goes. Kill the landlords. Go on, fucking ban me if you don't like what I'm saying. Fuck you. Kill the landlords.
$1,000. And with all of the insurance and stuff added in, my monthly payment was $14.50
Kill the president
a month. Then my mortgage goes up, and they say, "Oh, the cost of materials have gone up. So in case anything
that they wrote in on
your house, we have to rebuild it." So
you know, the slumlord president that they wrote in on. The worst landlord in history.
From $14.50
man who burned people alive in his own tower because he
mortgage
didn't
is
buy
now
fucking sprinklers.
$2,500 a month. So it went.
Did Trump cause people to burn alive in the Trump Tower when he didn't buy water sprinklers? You think I'm kidding, huh? I wish this wasn't a real story, but it absolutely is. Trump has absolutely caused negligent death before with his slumlord bullshit, right? Hi, Jemmy. So there's this rumor that's been around for like 20 years that Donald Trump accidentally let a couple of people burn to death in the Trump Towers when he neglected to install sprinkler systems, like, you know, that are usually legally required to be there. Did people burn alive in Trump Tower due to... Did people burn alive in Trump Tower due to Trump's water sprinkler negligence? I'll be very clear. Kitty, I'm going to let you out again. All right. Go back outside. All right. Just want to make sure that you're okay. I didn't stop this response. So I'm gonna ask the question. So I asked the question correctly. So I asked the question correctly, but you just cut off my response midway for no reason. Don't do that to me again. Now. So I have been hearing rumors for like 15 years that Trump negligently caused several people to burn to death alive in Trump Tower due to his negligence because he didn't install the correct water sprinkler systems. Is that rumor true? Is he a full-blown negligent murderer and we completely skipped over this part of him? Yeah, it is a real and tragic event. He definitely did kill some people, fucking Trump. He's like the worst criminal we've had in a long time. He definitely did. Yeah. Rooted in a real and tragic event from April 2018, but though the details have been somewhat distorted as they passed through the rumor for 15 years. Or has it been 15 years? No, no, it hasn't even been that long. It's been like 7 years or whatever. The Trump Tower fire, 67-year-old art dealer Todd Brassner died from his injuries and stuff. The sprinkler controversy. The negligence claim stems from the fact that the residential floors of Trump Tower did not have a sprinkler system. That's because the landlords don't care whether you burn alive or not. You know, Donald Trump doesn't care if you burn alive or not. Consult the past 5 years.
Went from $1,450 to now $2,500.
Mortgages are on the rise. Property taxes keep going up. I mean, look at this house in New Jersey. 2-bedroom, 1-bath starter home hasn't been updated. $750,000. Let's look at the property taxes. They jumped 93% from 2024 to 2025. The property tax bill is now over $20,000. The insanity that used to be a down payment. After rent, utilities, car payment, and every other bill, how is anyone supposed to save up for a $750,000 starter home that comes with a $20,000 tax bill?
We must kill them
They
first.
can't. And the reality is, for a lot of people who have bought, they're realizing that they can't afford it, so they're trying to sell. In Austin, Texas, 4.2% of homeowners are upside down. In Cape Coral, Florida, it's 7.8%. Foreclosures are up 14% from 2024. Sellers are removing their listings because they don't want to go below what they initially paid. We can see it on this listing. On Google Trends, Sell My House keeps trending, and a top related query is Sell My House fast. People aren't just casually listing their homes, they need out of their mortgage.
Economy got so bad, bro, we about to sell the house. The house is paid for, but there's still bills, there's still taxes, there's still maintenance on the house. The light bill was $450. The water bill this month was $250. And it ain't nothing but two of us in this house. Get a trailer, man. Go buy a little small land in Tennessee somewhere, man. We can't do this city no more, man. It's getting hard.
And if it's this bad for people who are still working, imagine the people on a fixed income who have retired. If a senior bought a home for $200,000, paid it off over 30 years, and that home is now valued at $2 million, they owe taxes on a $2 million asset, even though they've never owned $2 million. They're on a fixed income, and when they can't pay, the state can and does foreclose. Adults over 65 are now the fastest growing homeless demographic in the country. Adults over 65 are now the fastest fastest growing homeless demographic in the country.
Congrats. And they're the Trumpers. They're the ones who don't give a shit whether the landlords fuck us all to death or not.
Congratulations on paying off your house. Thank you. I finally own my home. I love that for you. Now I'll pay property taxes. For what? For owning the home. But I already paid for the home. Yes. That was for the structure. And the land? That's rented. For who? Us. For how long? Forever. And if I stop paying, we take the house. But I bought it. Correct. And now you maintain it for us. So this is rented. No.
No. I love this guy.
This is home ownership. So what did I actually buy? A lifetime subscription with surprise price increases.
But if you can't afford a traditional home, there are alternatives, modular or manufactured homes built in a factory. It's the next layer down in the funnel. For years, this was considered a real path to affordable home ownership. Today, over 20 million Americans live in manufactured homes. There were over 26,000 shipments in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That's up nearly 8% from 2024. But the average cost of a new manufactured home is now $109,000. Multi-section homes, the larger ones, are on average $164,000. But that doesn't include land. You need somewhere to put it, and just like everything else, land prices are skyrocketing. Many people place their manufactured home on a rented lot. You own the home, but you rent the small plot of land underneath it. Just like how billionaires are buying up all the single-family homes, they're also buying these manufactured home lots. 23 private equity firms now own more than 1,900 manufactured home parks with over 400,000 land lots. They're becoming landlords, literally.
Paul Bojanic owns his manufactured home, but rents the lot it sits on in the Copper Sun 55 and up community. This summer, he got a notice.
Oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack.
That his rent would be increasing to market value from roughly $600 to over $1,100.
I couldn't believe the amount of money that it's gone up. I mean, we're a community of retirees, people with disabilities.
Moving a manufactured home costs between $5,000 and $15,000. With many of these homes,
are you serious? Can you think they would ever be any other way than this? Is this a surprise to you? This is maybe, I guess you just always had money and you really don't know what it's like, I guess. You're just not from the lower class where you haven't been fucked to death by these people for the last 100 years. This is new to you, huh? This is new? You fucking rube. A fool and his mortgage are soon parted.
homes being too old to actually move.
Fucking rube. Like a ton of these people are rubes. They have no idea. They're just marks. They have no fucking idea the landlords even exist. They're that clueless, just living their own lives. You guys really don't know that the landlords fucked us all to death in the last 20 years? You really don't know? Get with it. Get with it. What did you think the 2008 bank crisis was? What did you think that shit was, you fucking ignorant pieces of shit? You cry as you lose your house and they double the rent on you. I'm sorry, I'm sympathetic, but I mean, I hit that period in 2013. Yeah, like 2013, something like that. I hit that. I mean, by 2013, I just had no hope. I was living in a burnt-out restaurant on the streets. I had no hope, and I still don't. I really don't think until we kill the landlords, they're not going to continue to fuck us all to death. You know.
So people become trapped, and when they can't...
Yeah, they feel trapped, but the problem is if you couldn't see the fucking, the jaws of steel closing on you, you're blind. If you couldn't see this coming, you're fucking blind. You trusted these people. By 2008, you should have known. You should have known that you couldn't buy a house. They're just gonna steal. They're just gonna steal that from you. We've known since the bank crisis who these people are. Why are you so surprised? They're landlords. They fuck people to death. That's who they are deep down inside. Like Donald Trump as he lets people burn inside of his tower and inside of his own country. They don't give a shit whether you live or die.
Pay and they need to leave. Guess who buys their home?
I'm not being hyperbolic. It's so far past this point. You know, I'm not being hyperbolic. That's who these people are. That's actually who they are. Deep down inside, that's who they are. They talk about it at their cigar bars while they brag, you know?
The same people who trapped them. According to investors, it's become one of the highest returning assets in real estate because
you want to know the real state of things? Go down Sunday morning to the golf course. when the weather's decent, and you'll see the real problem. You'll see the fucking real problem. They're all riding around their golf course, eating their $500 meals, and, fucking us to death. You can see him live and in the wild. Just go down to the golf course. I had a friend who really liked golf, and he would, drag me along to golf. Mini golf, whatever it was. And, yeah, after a while, I was just like, I'm sorry, brother. This is not my fucking scene. No, I don't swing a golf club well. I know you want to mock me for that I don't swing a golf club well. I'll swing a baseball bat well into the fucking face of a pig. I don't fucking swing golf clubs well. No, sorry. He was really disappointed by that. He was like, oh, God, you have the worst swing I've ever seen anybody ever have. You're a video gamer. You're so good at this sort of stuff. How do you suck so bad at golf? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've never done it before? I don't suck at tennis or baseball or basketball or soccer or any of that shit. Frisbee golf, any of that stuff. Golf, whatever it is. I don't suck at fucking, I don't suck at sports, but I suck at golf. I felt no shame either. Is that lion going to aggro me? It is. God damn it. You're gonna walk right on top of me. Why are you in the middle of the river? Sadly placed lion is annoying. Oh God, how close am I to the town? I'm too close to the town. Get away from the town. Get away from the town. I'm too close to the town. Get away from it. Go, go, go. Get away from the town. Down. Go, 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 go. Dead east. Away from the town. Away from it. Away from it. Humans are bad. Stay away. Stay away from their towns. Ugh. Their cops will kill you. Their landlords will steal all your money.
Truth. People have nowhere else to go. But it gets worse. Clayton Homes controls over 50% of the manufactured home market. And they're owned by none other than Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. But Berkshire didn't just buy the factory. They bought the entire pipeline. Clayton builds the homes. Vanderbilt Mortgage and 21st Mortgage.
I remember when it was a big, big international story when they talked about what Warren Buffett ate for breakfast, which is so goddamn dumb and indicative of how much we suck rich dick for no reason. The community, the people, the women in particular suck on rich people's dick for some reason. We really don't know why. They respect money. They respect all that stupid problems that comes with it, like robbing people for their rent and all this stupid ass shit. We just don't know why people are so bougie. They just are. They don't have any money, but they're bougie. So anyways, Warren Buffett, he like told NPR or somebody what he eats for breakfast every morning. He goes down to the McDonald's and he orders 2 sausage, or is it 1? I think it's 1. He orders like a sausage McBiscuit, and that's what he eats every morning for breakfast for the last like 50 years. And he tries to kick, and when you kick, it comes through 4 seconds later. Kill him.
Incoming tower.
Kill him. Ooh, did I get a party? It depends on where you want me to go. No, 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 my, no, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Health warning.
Okay, just finish. Yes, please. Why did the invite almost get me killed? It's because humans. Anytime humans interfere with me, I just suffer. See all 3.
Incoming party invite.
Yeah, oh, cool. Yeah. Party, yes. Okay, we are going to Alldayerrydaybaby, so I will work. scary. Just kill the sirens. Now my Vanish is out, which is bad. If I aggro another caster, I can't do anything. I just die. And I have to wait. It's annoying to burn a flash powder every time there's a distraction. It's an indication that the game's not totally designed the correct way. The Japanese would know better. As racist as that is. They just wouldn't design like that. They don't. Dark Bard, RDM Monk. I would think that the Seer Slacks would be better than these Legion Subwahar, but no. Oh well. My Vanish almost down, yeah, but I'm kind of running risk with these casters. They're dangerous, and I'm also on the... I'm really close to the town. I should just get away from the town. Humans are bad, stay away. Get away from the town. I'm just stupid. I'm gonna lose doing this stupid shit. All these casters, and if they double aggro, we're fucked. So I have to wait for Vanish. It's 30 seconds down now, so we're okay now. Don't aggro another caster. Why do I have 0 instant? Oh, because I have not put it on my block. This is one of those times where that poison that allows you to slow down casting would be really, really good. But I don't know, I guess I didn't make any of that. The mind numbing, is it? Is it mind numbing? Yeah, it is. Mind numbing. I should have made some before I left town. I mean, I am kind of running a risk with these casters. I should technically arc back, make the right poison. These boots are fucking terrible for a caster. I should look into... Oh no, leaping boots are okay. Well, at least I don't have to refresh anybody. Going out to Garreliage, huh? I got a party on Red Mage, which is real good. Hopefully keep me busy till like 5 or 6, which is good. Go to dinner or whatever. The stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. Ain't nothing wrong, ain't nothing right, and still I sit and lie awake all night. Casting? No. They didn't see. Ah, this place is dangerous. The sirens are dangerous. No poison again. Like, look, it's all death. This terrible quest, it's death if you're not careful. Oh, there's like all types of shit around here. Where did I find ones that were like far enough apart where it wasn't totally like an aggro all the time? I guess I could range pull them. But no, she will land hits on me if I run away, and they'll hurt. I have to wait. Why am I downstairs?
You've been examined.
Oh, because I need a chocobo. Oh, that's the duty free. Oops. I don't have a vanish. What do I do if I get multiple aggro? I can't do anything. I can feel death doing this, and that's not too good. I can like see death happening. I'm gonna have to like be a little more careful, like over here maybe. Over here by the town is risky as hell. It's fucking risky. like, if a guard pats and sees me, what was that? There was like a mob on top of me. What? Why are you following me around? There's not a guard close enough, but it's still... Still makes me so nervous I can't really abide. I'm almost done with this, I guess. Which is good, but I mean, this last one, if I don't have Vanish... Please don't have one. I didn't get what I wanted from her. Ooh, Firefin. There's no guard, right? No, there's no guard, but I should be really careful. Really, really careful. No, I can see death happening here. Yep. I'm gonna take a hit. Bring her over where she won't run in aggro. Stun. There, done with scales. Leave this place, it's a terrible place. Next, I need Helcular's Revenge, which is Flame of Azrael Charged or something like that. That's odd. There's no number bound on my 8 key. No. How cute. How cute. I would probably die because of that. At least I caught it. There's no 8 on my potion key, which is just insane. That sort of shit. Why? Okay, whatever. I'm sure I did it, but I don't know why. I know I changed my numcat, my action bar, but I just don't know why I didn't bind the 8 key. That seems like some kind of software glitch. Seems the kind of thing I would do. Oh, too close to the town. It's like a magnet for some reason. It just draws you in.
Both Berkshire subsidiaries finance the loan. Home First Agency, another subsidiary, sells the insurance. And Berkshire has investments in companies that are buying the land underneath the homes. These people manufacture the home, they finance it, they insure it, and when people can't pay, they take it back. One company owns the entire life cycle from factory to foreclosure. The CFPB is currently suing Vanderbilt. They allege Vanderbilt handed out mortgages knowing people couldn't pay. In one case, their own calculations showed a family of 5 would have $57 left in monthly income after the mortgage payment. Just $57, and they approved the loan anyway. So these people are going into debt for these homes, and look at what they're getting.
And so let this be your daily reminder to never buy a Clayton home. They use what they apparently call conjoleum. They tried to tell us that it was an upgraded version of linoleum. So this is particle board. This is the floor, and I'll just show you. This is literally, like, look how thin that is.
Imagine being so excited to find your first home, and just months after moving in, it is covered in mold. It is a 2022 manufactured home, modular home, whatever you want to call it, a trailer. We went through Clayton.
The water just comes in. Oh, do you live in Washington?
Homes, and instantly we started having issues.
If you are considering getting a mobile home, please, please, please do not buy Clayton. This problem right here has been fixed 3 times. It's actively raining outside, like heavy thunderstorm, and this is I had to cut the power to my stove. Like, I can't even cook right now.
So I was contracted to work on this mobile home. I had to replace some of the vinyl. I was surprised at what's under the vinyl. There is no plywood. There's this cardboard. And under that cardboard is the insulation. And on the side of the insulation is the sheetrock. That's something. I've never seen a structure that you live in. Contracted to work on this mobile home. I had to replace some of the vinyl. I was surprised at what's under the vinyl.
It reminds me of the Grover house. You guys remember the Grover house where the guy just decides he wants to make an addition to his house, but he has no idea how to do anything. He's never even swung a hammer before. So he just starts making his own renovation. There's all this hilarious stuff, like when he comes down the stairs, there's this risk of his children falling out the window because at the bottom of like halfway down the stairs, it turns right. But, it's like a normal stairway, kind of, except at the bottom of the stairway, there's a window. So if you trip and fall down the stairs, he would just go out the window and into the yard and shit like this. It was just so funny. It was actually one of the funnier things I've seen on YouTube. That was a down the rabbit hole.
Oh, there is no.
No, it was Frederick Knudsen, but it was Frederick Knudsen content. But I love Frederick Knudsen. He has such a weird interest in stuff that I have. All the stuff that he cared about, I'm obsessed with, and I've never seen anybody else like that. I'm obsessed with all the stuff that he's obsessed with.
I would.
Like the Grover house, how would you reach this place of Dunning-Kruger so badly that you've convinced yourself? And the guy had too much money as part of it. They all kind of comment about how he probably had too much money, and he just starts like going to Walmart, blowing 10 grand here and there, and shit like this. He just had no idea how to spend money or do anything. And the Dunning-Kruger was the literal level of Dunning-Kruger was fascinating to Frederick Knudsen, and it is to me too. I just couldn't bring myself to think I would ever be that confident to just. Okay, unless you've been a contractor or a painter or like a house construction guy for the last like 10 years, I would not build your own renovation on your own house. It's just something I wouldn't do.
It's cardboard. And under that cardboard...
It's cardboard. It's not even like insulation. It's just cardboard. It's just cardboard. We realized that we blew like $270,000 on a cardboard house.
Is the insulation, and on the side insulation.
It's a layer of cardboard over a layer of insulation. I could make my own house out of that. If you give me enough time, give me 5 months. I will make a house the same size as this one out of fucking cardboard I found from fucking like boxes and insulation that I steal from dumpsters. This is amateur hour, and except these are the most professional homemakers in the world.
Is the sheetrock.
Whatever the fuck, there's some huge conglomerate, and they make their money doing this. But I mean, yeah, you can see that they make their money doing this. It's a cardboard box. They sold him a cardboard box, and when they actually look and they see this, they get homicidally angry. But I mean, it's just the sheer level of rube. I don't know. I mean, okay. So I knew that mold would be a problem with my house since I live in Washington. So we took all kinds of preparations with that. We put in the right insulation. It's not too cold. It's not too warm. We climate control it. If mold shows up, we remove it. It's and we knew this would be a battle. It's Washington.
That's something.
This guy's not even in Washington. He looks like he's in, again, Colorado. They look like trees from Colorado, but I don't know. But whatever it is, yeah, this piece of shit, no, this is going to be like Illinois, I think. This is going to be like Illinois or Idaho.
Ever seen a structure that you live in that didn't have OSB minimum?
Oh my God, OXB at the very least, yeah.
On the exterior of the structure. This is some of the cheapest stuff.
Look at those crappy like staples they're using instead of nails.
Cheap. You're living in a cardboard house.
Living in a cardboard house.
I'm not here to shame anyone for purchasing a manufactured home, but I will shame this quality. People think they're buying an affordable housing option when in reality, just like so many products today, it's built as cheaply as possible and sold at the highest possible price. When owning a traditional home is out of reach, what's left? Social media calls it van life. We need to call van life what it actually is. It's displaced.
That's what I'm doing. I've been displaced. I live in a van. I have a power connection and a water connection, and because my stepfather drilled a well because he had a job at Boeing, they allowed him to make money, but they didn't allow my generation to make money. And so, yeah, and if they do, they're like a rock star or something like that. But anyways, so my stepfather drilled a well here, so I don't ever have to pay a water bill, which is blowing my fucking mind this year. It's blowing my mind. I keep hearing about these $500 or $1,000 power bills or water bills, and I'm like, yeah, our power bill is like $650 or some shit. Our power bill is off the hook because my mom has, well, my parents have. I mean, now, well, my stepfather had like he liked having 5 freezers. It's like something you do out in the boondocks out here if you go hunting or buy food and stuff. It's really expensive. Damn, bitch. Big smokes. Wait, are you not skinning? No, you're not skinning, are you? Ooh, 145. 26. Oh, did I miss my thing? No, the alarm would have gone off. It's coming up here in 5 minutes. I should go piss. Or I don't know, it's Eve. I don't have to go piss. I'm just go piss while I'm mining.
Basement. Over 480,000.
Look how cool that thing is. I think I want that. This Sienna light, huh? Look how cool that thing is. Look, I have a pickup truck already. I should sell everything and just move into something like this and just really secure it with like state-of-the-art alarms and like, and movement, motion sensors and stuff. And I don't put anything in there except a bed, a TV, a TV on the mount, I put a TV, just a bed and a TV in there. It would suck because you wouldn't have a sink. I don't know what you would do about that.
Americans now live in RVs full time. That's double the 2021 figure. And the crazy part, it used to be that manufactured home production outpaced RV.
Oh, look, that girl's so happy. She's like, we don't have to be on the streets.
figure. And the crazy now live in RVs full time.
That's a good woman.
That's double the 2021 figure. And the crazy part, it used to be that manufactured home production outpaced RV production by 18%, but that's no longer the case. RV production now outpaces manufactured homes by a ratio of 4-to-1. And remember Berkshire Hathaway? They own Clayton Homes and the mortgage companies. Well, they also own 3 of the largest RV brands in the US. The pattern is simple. Make traditional homes unaffordable, buy up the alternatives, and then make those unaffordable as well. They understand that when rent is astronomical, we will look for alternative living solutions, and they've already bought them. And as a result, RV living is becoming more expensive than living in a house.
People keep asking me how much does it cost for us to live full-time up here in North Dakota in our RV. Rent cost is only $545 a month, and then we also have to pay for our trailer, which is part of our debt, which is $1,050 a month for that payment.
Trailers, which is part of our debt.
And then my husband's truck payment is $1,000. Our insurance for both of our cars is $429.
$1,000? Oh, like a year or whatever?
And our trailer insurance is $97. We also pay $60 for Wi-Fi. We pay $192 for our phones and then $100 for subscriptions. Between food and gas, we're spending around $1,000 a month. We spend around $80 a month on laundry, which brings our total to $4,553 a month to live in this RV.
So after the truck payment, the RV payment, and various expenses, $4,500 to live in an RV. I don't know about you, but that does not sound very affordable to me. But it's only going to get worse. Equity Lifestyle Properties now owns more than 200 RV resorts and campgrounds across the US and Canada. Over 91,000 sites. They're not building these campgrounds for families to go on vacation. They're building them because people have nowhere else to go. And this isn't me speculating, this is in their own SEC filings. We believe Millennial and Gen Z demographic will contribute to our future long-term customer pipeline. They then go on to talk about a study, and the conclusion of the study was that demand from Millennial and Gen Z would continue to outpace supply for manufactured home and RV communities. It then goes on to say, the entitlement process to develop new manufactured home and RV communities is extremely restrictive. As a result, there have been limited new communities developed in our target demographic markets. Meaning it's hard for other companies to develop communities, so therefore we have to live in theirs, and they are going to jack up the prices.
Come with us as two 19-year-olds turning a shed into our home.
Back here is where the bathroom is going to be. This is going to be the laundry room. Right here will be like the kitchen, the stove. I'm going to have like a little island. And then over here, the living room.
And this right here is actually a tiny home, tough shed from Home Depot, 2 stories, 860 square feet, 1 bedroom, full kitchen, full living room.
When everything becomes unaffordable, you get people buying storage sheds from Home Depot and converting them into homes. That's how desperate things have gotten. Here's one on Home Depot's website right now. A build-it-yourself kit, 10 by 12 feet, $3,343. It's clearly a shed, but look at the description. The Windmere has shed DNA, but begs to be more than a storage shed. They know exactly who's buying these and what they're doing with them. And the reviews confirm it. People are converting these into tiny homes, adding plumbing, electricity. It's the new affordable option. And they're now building these sheds to look more like house than shed. They come with windows and upstairs, siding, the works. Looking at this, it made me wonder, is private equity involved in the shed industry? And I don't know why I thought the answer could be anything other than of course they are. Cyprium Partners made a $30 million investment in backyard products, and by 2017, their COO was bragging that they were producing more storage sheds than anyone in North America. And he specifically noted that accessory dwelling units were an emerging category. Even in 2017, they noticed people converting these sheds into living spaces and thought, let's capitalize on that. That Home Depot shed I just showed you, it's one of 7 brands owned by Backyard Products, the same company that received private equity backing. Billionaires are buying up every affordable housing alternative, things that arguably shouldn't even count as alternatives in the first place. So what are people supposed to do? Be homeless? No, because the Supreme Court made that illegal in 2024. So then it's the for-profit prisons, the $4 billion industry where private equity is already running the phones, the food, and the healthcare. That's the bottom of the funnel.
It's a place for someone to live in full-time for months or years at a time, where they live in a recreational vehicle, in an RV. This is a business I've been in for about 7 years. They have very small RV parks out there that are 3 to 10 pad sites that are about 3 to 10 times more profitable than buying a single family home as a rental. So I don't understand why people buy single family homes, because like buying a small RV park costs the same, but is significantly more profitable.
Okay, what's up, friendos? Welcome back. You really don't hate Blizzard enough, right? And this can kind of be applied to most big corporate video game structure. Ubisoft, you know, Activision, obviously this is all a big jumble now because it's Microsoft owns Activision Blizzard. And really all of these big companies, at this stage, we're now seeing thousands of job layoffs despite record levels of profit every year. Just ruining IPs that you've grown up with and loved. A constant push of AI's in everything. Oh, we're going to be using AI to make things. If you can think of some kind of scandal or something that would remind you within that year of how much you've lost in terms of what these companies used to be and what they now are, they will remind you of it. And the reminder we've got here requires a little bit of context explanation, but I'll let the clip speak for itself first, because this is doing the rounds right now for very good reason. This, if you didn't know, is Jeff Kaplan. Jeff Kaplan is one of the big OG Blizzard names, of which almost none of them work at Blizzard anymore. I wonder why that is, but let's let him speak.
And what it boiled down for me, like what sort of ultimately broke me in my Blizzard career, was I got called in the CFO's office, and he sits me down and he says, he gives me a date, which at the time was 2020 and was going to slip to 2021, but at the time it was 2020. And he said, Overwatch has to make in 2020. And then every year after that, it needs a recurring revenue. And then he says to me, if it doesn't do dollars, we're going to lay off 1,000 people, and that's going to be on you.
So what you've got to understand is when Jeff Kaplan, because he left shortly after this, he left in early 2021. When he worked at Blizzard, he was one of these big staple names. And at this time, he was the staple name he was the face of Overwatch, right? He was the man when it came to Overwatch. But
Incoming
he worked
emote.
At this company for 19
You've been examined.
years. He'd been in the leadership structure. He'd been a big name, a big face of the company for 19 years. Well, the majority of that 19 years. So when you understand that the people who took over Blizzard, the people that were in these positions of power, CFO, Chief Financial Officer, these people are evil. Like, there's no two ways about it. If you can do this to not only 1,000 employees, which, by the way, let's not get this twisted, because this is context you need to understand. Overwatch was a monumental success. Like we'll go over the numbers in a minute and just how fucked this whole situation really is when you start peeling back the layers of this rotting onion. But if they can sit down a 19-year veteran who there's no rumors about this guy, as far as I'm aware, there's no scandals. Pretty much everybody universally, when they talk about Kaplan, say that he was a great person to work with. He's like a really friendly, really nice guy. He's like a stellar contributor. He's the face of the big franchise. He's been at the company for so long. 19 years, and you sit this man down and go, either reach these targets or we fire 1,000 employees, and that's on you. You're going to be responsible for these 1,000 people losing their job. Now, obviously, if the game was losing loads of money and it was like a complete abject failure, you could somewhat understand this. But I want you to understand that Blizzard, like the structure of corporate around Overwatch, was the reason this game was doing worse than it actually was on paper as a video game product. And you're going to say, Kira, what do you mean by that? Overwatch, when it first released, in the first year, did over $1 billion in revenue. Over the next 3 years, over 50 million people played the game. Bear in mind, this was a box price game, but in some territories, you didn't have to pay a box price. I think in Korea, definitely. I'm not sure about China. I can't remember. If it was probably a very much cheaper box price. But this game earned billions with a B, big billies. This game was earning crazy sums of money, especially at the beginning. You want to know why they needed so much money out of Overwatch? It's because for Blizzard and the people who were running the company at the time, they tried to strangle the golden goose. But with Blizzard, they wanted to revolutionize Overwatch as a viewing experience and basically turn Overwatch into a vehicle of creating the greatest esports product ever. And they basically killed Overwatch in the short term and lost a lot of the key talent that were working on the game, and a person like Jeff Kaplan, because of what they did with the Overwatch League. PC Gamer article goes over it because he does talk about it in this interview. The whole Lex Friedman podcast interview has a bunch of additional context about this, and there's some quotes here that I want to go over. The article says, the way Kaplan explains it, the good ship Overwatch started to buckle when unreasonable expectations were placed on the Overwatch League, a hugely hyped esports league founded in 2017 and closed in 2024. And he says, quote, where it got away from us is that there was a lot of excitement about Overwatch League, like too much. It got over-marketed to the people buying the teams. They went on the roadshow where they had a deck and you can put anything in a deck and sell anything, and they were pretty much selling the Brooklyn Bridge that Overwatch League was going to be more popular than the NFL. If you don't know about this, when they were pitching the Overwatch League people, the OWL, it was people like Bobby Kotick was going around to like all of his billionaire friends, all these people that own sports franchises already in the NFL, the NBA, things like that, and he was going around telling them, oh, if you buy a franchise slot for this thing, you're going to make so much money. You're going to be at the ground floor of what's going to become as popular as like the NBA or the NFL, and it's going to be, you know, bringing in billions of dollars every year, and you're going to get this huge revenue share and everything. And they were selling these people on something that couldn't ever fundamentally exist. And people were buying in to the Overwatch League for like $20 to $60 million for an Overwatch League spot. And then on top of that, they had to pay for a team, all the salaries of the people in the team, the people around the team, like the management structure, the coaches, the psychologists, all of this stuff, all the equipment, all of the marketing costs, all of the travel costs, everything around having a team, plus the $20 to $60 million investment into owning the spot. And what they sold them on was probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I've followed esports for a long time, since very seriously starting in around 2011-ish, and I followed like StarCraft 2, and then I moved on to like Dota and Counter-Strike, League of Legends very briefly, but mostly nowadays I watch a lot of like Counter-Strike 2 and Dota tournaments, and I had a fleeting interest in what the Overwatch League was saying. And when you looked into this thing, they were saying stuff that even now does not exist in esports and would never make sense. They were telling these billionaires, we're going to have stadium sellout events where people are going to come to like your city. So you'll be like the New York whatevers, you'll be the Shanghai whatevers, you'll be the London whatevers, and we give you this name. You don't even own your own fucking brand. You can't come in and say like, oh, we're Team Liquid or we're NRG Esports or whatever. You're going to be the fucking London Spitfires, just this made up shit. And you're going to have a stadium where tens of thousands of fans are going to show up for every single match. And they're going to buy tickets, and they're going to buy confectionery, and they're going to buy fucking merchandise. This obviously doesn't work because esports is a global thing. People support teams. They don't support cities. People support players. They don't support random fucking owners of a franchise spot. People want to see the top level of competition, and when you have a league that has full rev share, where it doesn't matter if you're the worst team in the league or the best team in the league, you get roughly equivalent revenue share for sales and things, and there's no like relegation mechanic. You had teams in the Overwatch League that never won games because they just didn't care. They was just spending a minimum amount as possible so that they could just be in there, because they'd spent as much money as the other people to get in. So they were selling these billionaires on something that didn't exist. And in doing so, they created a structure around the maintenance of Overwatch the game that required the Overwatch development team to stop focusing on the players who were funding the game by buying microtransactions and playing the game, and that was an incredible success. And they had to start focusing on how can we make the game make money as an observer esport for the people who the higher ups above us have sold on this fucking ridiculous premise. And it got to the point where, as you can see here, Overwatch League and its billion-dollar investors started to interfere with work on Overwatch itself, or at the least the part that the public played. This included the development of Twitch integration, spectator camera controls, as well as skins in the form of team uniforms. In other words, the money people kept promising features that soaked up development resources. And Kaplan goes on to say, all your plans for Overwatch content and at that point kind of go out the window. You're not working on new world events. You're not focused on Overwatch 2. You're just treading water. We're just trying to help cash the checks that the people above us have sold to investors who just fucking want to see their money return as they were promised. But as this went on, the viewership of Overwatch League continued to go down. It peaked during the first game ever, and then it only went down from there. And this was with them heavily embedding streams. You opened the fucking Battle.net client, it was like playing the Overwatch League. You had Overwatch in the background, it was playing the Overwatch League. It was everywhere, and Twitch were pushing it because they invested $90 million in the first... it could have been the first year, but I can't remember exactly what the time frame was for having Overwatch League exclusively on Twitch. And then as the viewership started going down and all these money men were like, what you've sold us isn't working, that's when it started to get even worse, because there was more and more scandals about Blizzard every single year that made sponsors pull out. Then COVID happened and they couldn't do any in-person events. And anyone who's followed esports ever or who works in esports will tell you that this statement is true. Even now, with esports being as big as it is, the idea you could just weekly sell out stadiums and have attendance show up and buy tickets to come in a stadium and watch an esports game. Back in 2017, 2018, 2019, when this was, you know, supposed to be happening, the idea you could do that it's fairyland time. Like, most esports events, even for the big esports like Counter-Strike and Dota, had to give tickets away to people for free at almost all events, because when you host an esports event in, like, oh, we'll do this big city, oh, we'll do Vegas, we'll do Los Angeles, whatever, the idea that there's going to be enough fans in that area on that day that wants to pay hundreds of dollars plus the thousands they're going to have to pay in travel and lodging, etc., to come in and watch an esports tournament it's ridiculous. It's mostly an online sport, and obviously nowadays, especially some big European cities and events, they do fill up. But even now, there's plenty of events for big esports where they have to give tickets away just so they don't have empty seats. And they have to reduce price of tickets closer to the event because they've still got tons left. And that's now. Think about this in like 2017. There's no way anyone who knew anything about the landscape would have thought it was realistic that they were going to sell out stadiums in fucking London and then New York the next week and then Shanghai the week after. Like, what? How would the logistics of this work? Like, it makes no sense. So as Kaplan goes on to explain, he says originally the business model was just going to be that they, the Overwatch League, were going to do in-person events, and there's going to be big ticket sales and merch and all of that. I think really quickly everybody learned we can't do in-game events when we have a team in London and a Shanghai team. Like, how does this work? So that fell apart super quickly. The merch was good, but it wasn't going to be making NFL money, whatever insanity people thought that was going to be. And then he goes on to say, so everybody, aka the investors, quickly defaulted back to, hey, didn't Overwatch make $500 million just in the live game last year? What can we sell and what can you give us? That pressure comes onto the dev team, and adds to that the pressure to ship Overwatch 2. And then all of the care and love that we had for the live game and the live service, like let's make events, new heroes, new maps, we're losing all those resources. Which really explains how Overwatch went from being... I mean, I've never been a big fan of Overwatch. But Overwatch was considered to be a huge game in this time period, 2016, 2017, 2018. The game was massive. But basically, the money men had put a massive hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially marketing budget, on top of Overwatch the game, to the point where even if it was one of the most successful games on PC for this time period, it wasn't like Fortnite levels, obviously, but this game, make no mistake, was an absolutely crazy success. So it just goes to show that no matter how successful your game is, $1 billion first year in revenue for a brand new franchise is like, that's wet dream levels of, wow, this is beyond our wildest expectation. For Blizzard at that time, even that wasn't enough. It was, we are not only going to have one of the most successful games of all time under our belt and continue that being super successful, even though we're still upset it's not Fortnite levels of money. We're instead going to have the biggest, best, non-existent esports league ever, where everyone's going to come in and spend hundreds of millions of dollars because we're that fucking greedy. But when that doesn't work out, we're going to shift a lot of the cost and the blame and the impetus to make these investors money back onto the development team and ruin, you know, literally strangle the golden goose. But then, like I said earlier, every year a new scandal happened. Like, they eventually, Twitch stopped paying and they didn't want to be associated with the Overwatch League anymore and pay Blizzard money, so they moved to YouTube, which again hurt viewership, so that meant that investors were more unhappy. Then COVID happened and they couldn't do any in-person events whatsoever, which made the investors unhappy. And then I think it was 2021, all the scandal came out with like the workplace misconduct and things like that, and a bunch of sponsors pulled out. I think T-Mobile was one, and I think Coca-Cola was another one. Like, huge marquee sponsors pulled out of the league, which made the investors unhappy. Obviously, Kaplan had already left by 2021, but then the Overwatch League got so bad, the viewership was so fucked, and the return was so bad. A lot of these teams were like, there might have even been lawsuits, or there was rumblings behind the scenes about there being potential lawsuits over the fact that a lot of them thought they'd been sold a lemon, and it was fucked, and it was just getting worse and worse and worse. So eventually in 2023, Blizzard went to them and said, oh, you know, we can continue with the league and we can open a new league and you can get a new slot in this and we can try, or we can pay you out $6 million. Bear in mind, a lot of them spent $20-60 just to buy the slot. We can pay you out $6 million and just walk away from the table, and we just dissolve the league. Let me tell you, the majority of teams signed on the dotted line and said, just give us our $6 million and let us get the fuck away from this thing. Kaplan goes on to say, as someone who's worked on a lot of games, made a lot of games, you get in these meetings and where they're like, Fortnite has 1,400 people working on it, so if we just hire 1,400 and make it free to play, we'll make that money, right? I had believed that I would never work in any place but Blizzard. I loved it. It was part of who I was, and I thought that I was part of it. And I literally thought I'd retire from the place. I never thought the day would come, but that was it. Luckily for Blizzard, that CFO is no longer there. Dennis Durkin was CFO at Blizzard from 2019 to May 2021. Armin Zerza held the role from then until 2025. Kaplan's departure was announced on April 20th, 2021. They reached out to Blizzard, didn't get a comment. But it really just goes to show, as soon as these people get control of whatever your beloved company is, whatever it's going to be, they will just fuck it to death. Like, literally. This is the golden goose laying the golden egg hourly. There's a golden egg, and they walk up and they pick it up and they go, fucking hell, this egg's a little bit lighter than last time. Look at that guy's golden goose. He shits out 2 eggs. His egg's twice as big as mine. And a normal person would go, yeah, but you have still got a golden goose. He's still laying golden eggs. And their response would be, fuck that. Maybe if I beat the golden goose half to death, it'll actually give me better eggs, and mine will be as good as that guy's. These people are fucking parasites. Like, you do not hate the corporate structure of how these companies go enough. You really don't. It doesn't matter whether it's 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 10 years, whatever it's going to be. These stories always come to the public, and it's just a reminder that it's never enough for these people, and it never will be, which is again why every year thousands, tens of thousands of people are let go from the games industry from the biggest companies. And usually it'll be alongside investor record level profits for the investors this year. Oh, by the way, we just fired 1,500 people. Oh, Microsoft, we're here to tell you we're not going to fire any employees based on our acquisition of Activision Blizzard. And we've just fired thousands of employees. Like, it just never ends. By the way, there we go. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next one. Check the links in the video description. Go check out the main channel again. There's been new content posted there. I'm pretty proud of the video. It's doing pretty well. And yeah, check out Patreon if you want to throw me some dollars each month, and Gamer Subs if you want to use my code, 10% discount for you, and I get kickback on anything you spend. Stay safe. We're out. Peace.
stick a blinded fucks. I can't stick anything on these guys. I love bards. love healing in Final Fantasy XI. Those are my favorite things to do. Jeff Kaplan. You know, I didn't really pay attention to this video, and I'm so sad about that. Oh, Jeff Kaplan did Lex Friedman, huh? Oh, okay, let's watch that. I don't really usually
There's three types
I don't
of
like Lex Friedman, but, you know.
Fun. Fun for the player, fun for the designer, and fun for the computer.
Is it PvP?
It's all PvP. In fact, Rust is the most PvP thing in all of PvP.
Told you. I told you Rust is I told you Rust is my favorite game because it is the most PvP in all PvP.
What that means, but
Rust players know what that means. My whole career and my family are thanks.
I keep opening that thing when I pause. What is that?
To EverQuest, so I think I won the game. And we're idiots. We're reading the forums, and the forums are just flaming us all the time. Like, there's lag on this server, and can't log into that server. And that was our perspective of what was happening. And when I showed up at that show, one of the most emotional things in my life, it was nothing but an outpouring of love. I had believed I would never work anyplace but Blizzard. I loved it. It was a part of who I was. And I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come. And that was it.
How painful was it to say goodbye?
It broke me.
Now, meanwhile, as far as the outside world is concerned, you've disappeared off the face of the earth. But you were actually working on a game. Following is a conversation with Jeff Kaplan, a legendary game designer of World of Warcraft and Overwatch, which are two of the biggest, most influential games ever made. He is genuinely one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met. In the many conversations I was fortunate enough to have with him, including while playing video games, he was always kind, thoughtful, hilarious, and still and forever a legit gamer through and through. Of course, he's always quick to celebrate the incredible teams of creative minds he has gotten a chance to work with over the years. And they are truly incredible. Blizzard has created some of the greatest games ever made. Games that, to me personally, have brought me thousands of hours of fun, meaning, and happiness.
Me too.
From Warcraft to Starcraft to Diablo, WoW, Overwatch, and more.
Yep.
So for that, a big thank you to Jeff, to the entire Blizzard team, and to every creative mind in the video game industry, giving their heart and soul to build video game worlds that we fans get a chance to enjoy. This was a super fun, inspiring, whirlwind conversation, pun intended, with one of the most beloved gamers and game designers ever. Full of memes, lulls, wisdom, emotional roller coaster moments, and of course, Blizzard video game lore. Jeff left Blizzard in 2021 and has been secretly working on a new video game called The Legend of California that I got a chance to play with Jeff. It is incredibly beautiful. Set in the 1800s Gold Rush era of California, it's an open world online multiplayer game, part adventure and action, part survival, sometimes creating a feeling of loneliness and
wow,
desperation, and sometimes just awe, watching the sun rise over a beautiful landscape. It's unlike any game that Jeff has ever worked on, and it's a game that I genuinely can't wait to play with all of you. You can wishlist it on Steam, join the alpha later in March, I think, and early access is on the way. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, dear friends, here's Jeff Kaplan. You were first a legendary video game player, in particular in EverQuest, before you ever became a legendary video game designer on World of Warcraft and on Overwatch, which I think is a wild journey to go through, from gamer to designer. But first, let's go way back. When did you first fall in love with video games?
I was lucky. I was born in that golden era of coin-op. So I literally remember the first time seeing Pac-Man. I was with my Uncle Ronnie, and he just kept feeding me quarters. I think he wanted to play but was too scared to. So he, his little nephew, he would just give him quarters to play Pac-Man. I remember being at my brother's graduation in Philadelphia. They had an Asteroids machine in the lobby. That was one of the first coin-op machines I had played as well. And my brother and I we would try to get the high score, and we'd finally get it, but we had to go to bed early because we were little kids. And then in the morning, somebody else had beat our high score. And then, I grew up in Southern California in the 80s. I was born in 72. So, I was a kid with that skateboard BMX culture where we'd ride 2 towns over. We knew all the pizza parlors and liquor stores and arcades, and we just lived in that coin-op phase. That was where the love started. And then you started to see things like Pong. You go over to a friend's house, they'd have Pong, and it was just mind-blowing. We're playing this thing on the TV, and it was so much fun. Atari was a big thing at that time as well. But the big one for me was actually in television, because my dad was an executive recruiter, and one of his clients was Mattel. And he said, hey, they gave me this thing, and he would get discounts or free games. And my brothers and I just loved in television. We would just play it endlessly. And the comparison was always is this game close to what's in the arcades? Mm-hmm. And it was just such a golden era. And I think the big moment where it really blew open and kind of hit the next level was when the NES came out. And that, NES with Super Mario was kind of gaming at the next level at that point. And I have warm, fuzzy memories even thinking about it to this day. I remember we played Super Mario for weeks, my brothers and I, and then I had a friend come over, and he showed me all the secret stuff in that I didn't know existed at the time. And it was suddenly the world opened up more, and games could be more. And then there was a big PC gaming push that hit me. My parents ran their own business. Like I said, my dad was an executive recruiter. And they bought an IBM. And this is when it was DOS before MS-DOS existed. And I was so disappointed because other kids had the Amiga or the Commodore, which, they were better for gaming than the IBM at the time. And my mom, she really encouraged my brother and I. She bought us Zork. It was just Infocom word games, and where your imagination would take you. Zork holds a place in my heart I think few games will ever touch.
It's a text-based game?
Text-based game.
Of course you do.
You just type in, go west, open mailbox, and,
okay.
But it's that power of imagination. It's why the book is always better than the movie, you know?
Yeah, so you're starting to see these creations of worlds that you can navigate.
Yes.
You can step into this world and you can lose yourself in that world.
Yeah, you're transported. You're living there.
Was Zork popular?
Zork was insanely popular. And then there was Zork 2 and Zork 3.
The trilogy, Zork trilogy, I see it.
And it was weird in like sometime in the 90s, there was this era of what they called CD-ROM games. That's how they branded them. And they made a return to Zork, but it now had graphics. And somehow that just shattered everything because the Zork you knew in your head didn't exist anymore. Yeah, Zork was fantastic. I think it might be open source now, which I think is fabulous. But I highly recommend Zork. There was also in those days on the PC that worked on our IBM was Ultima, which was the Richard Garriott series. And he was Lord British. We knew him as Lord British. He put himself in the game. And you want to talk about world building. You know, there was Hugh Forrest and there was all the characters. And the first Ultima I played was Ultima 2, because Ultima 1 was before my time. And that series, it was this RPG, group-based PC game. And the worlds were just so rich. Like, you could get on a rocket ship. You're playing in this fantasy world, fighting demons, and yet somehow you could get on a rocket ship. And then there was just all of this sort of crazy stuff that would happen in games that are based in the world. Like, there were bouncers in the towns and merchants, but if you really wanted to, you could try to rob these people or kill Lord British. You know, that was something that was super hard. And when you're just a jackass kid, you spend your time endlessly trying to do these things over and over. And Ultima was really a profound kind of experience for me.
And of course that led to Ultima Online, which is a legendary game in itself, perhaps connected to EverQuest.
Yes.
Sort of starting to build these worlds that are massively multiplayer online video games. Can you take me to that journey? Like, as you start to get online MMO world, what were influential? What were fun for you?
Well, the big one for me was EverQuest. But like you mentioned, Ultima Online sort of was the predecessor. It came before EverQuest. And it was like one of those unfortunate times in my life where I was actually at grad school.
You were busy.
I was busy, and I missed Ultima Online. Like, I would have had that experience. And when you hear the Ultima Online stories, they're some of the craziest, funniest. You know, I knew somebody who they learned how to poison in the game, and then they would poison apples, then leave them on the ground, and somebody else would be adventuring and then feed the apple to their horse and kill their horse. Then they steal all their stuff. And, you know, Ultima Online was kind of, it was the earliest grief-based experiments. Really, like when you're treating the humans like ants in the ant farm. That was kind of Ultima Online. So my first, like, what defined online gaming for me was Quake and Doom and Duke Nukem. You know, it started with Doom, and they had it. You could basically LAN. You could network with your friends, or you could connect with a modem and hook up with somebody. And that was like a mind-blowing, just seeing another entity in a video game and saying that's a person on the other side of that. That was magical. Like that moment happened, and that person could be in another room or across town from you. And Quake kind of took it to the next level. Like, that's where everybody knew what they were doing. The systems were more refined, and this Quake community formed with all of these, you know, great websites, mods. The community was divided into, there were two castes of players. The low ping bastards, the LPBs, and then the rest of us, you know. And I remember rolling into Quake matches on a dial-up modem with a 300 ping connection, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And just connecting with people, like I said, the websites, to this day, the only gaming website I don't read any of the news sites anymore, but I read Blues News, which was like someone actually teased me recently. I linked them a story. I'm like, oh, did you hear this new thing's coming out? And I sent the link, and they're like, dude, this is from Blues News. Like, what time machine did you just step out of? And a guy named Steven Heaslip, I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong. I apologize. And it was actually through that site that I learned about EverQuest. Mm-hmm. They had those programmer plan updates, the .plan files, and guys like Carmack would, they'd post about what code they were writing or how they had optimized something, or just their personal life. Like, the Ferrari talk would always happen once they had achieved success. And there was an id programmer named Brian Hook, and he said, I'm leaving id to go work at Verint, which became Sony Online, to work on this game called EverQuest. And I was like, how does anybody leave id, the greatest institution in all of gaming ever, to work on any other game? I'm like, this guy must be crazy, or whatever this EverQuest thing is, I need to see it. I need to know what's going on. And if he hadn't made that post, I never would have checked out EverQuest.
We'll talk about EverQuest, but since you mentioned Carmack and Quake, what can we say about the genius of John Carmack? Why was he such an important and influential human in the history of gaming?
Those early geniuses at id, like, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now if they hadn't had the breakthroughs that they had at the time. Gaming engines were evolving, but the level of breakthrough that they achieved with Wolf 3D, that was the first. I remember playing Wolfenstein when it was a 2D game. Mm-hmm. You'd run around, you'd dress up as a German, you'd throw a grenade.
Yeah.
To see it in 3D. And it's funny, you look back at the screenshots or videos of it now, and it seems almost childish. Like,
fuck the Nazis.
Why were you so
fuck
excited about that?
Fuck the Nazis.
And you were
fuck
transported. There was the intimacy of first person, putting the hands in front of you, holding the gun, being transported to Nazi Germany, but you're the hero fighting the Nazis. And then the evolution, like when Doom came out, I'm a huge Army of Darkness fan, like one of my favorite movies of all time. And I was like, this is Army of Darkness, the video game, like, give me the boomstick, here we go. And the graphical advances, but it wasn't just how the game looked, it was how it played. The smoothness kept getting better, the responsiveness, the sharpness of the gameplay. You have to credit id in those days, and Carmack and Romero. I, as somebody who worked on an FPS, that wouldn't have existed without them. Credit where credit's due.
And by the way, we should say, as a gamer, your range is incredible. You are a legit first-person shooter gamer, but you're also obviously love the more MMO world-rich, exploratory kind of game. So it's fascinating. But yeah, there's on the technology stack that brought something like Quake or Wolfenstein 3D to life. There's a threshold which you pass of realism where you can immerse yourself into that world. I had the same exact experience with the Wolfenstein 2D, taking a step to 3D, and it was like tears in my eyes. Like, this is incredible. Like, my memories of Wolfenstein 3D is it was like ultra realistic. It's silly to say now.
Yeah.
But it was a feeling like you're there. Yeah, what an incredible age. And some of that, the storytelling, a lot of that is the technology that brings that kind of 3D world to life. It's incredible. But before we get too far on that tangent, you mentioned grad school. We should mention that you have a master's degree in creative writing from NYU, and you wanted to be a writer. You told me your main influences were Kerouac, but also Hemingway, Salinger, Bukowski, Orwell. What drew you to storytelling in that medium of writing? What aspect of the human experience were you trying to put down on paper?
Well, it started with being a fan first and being inspired and reading, and it's not only being transported to a different world or into a different person, but also, the way that stories can touch emotions in you and trigger feelings sometimes you didn't even know you had. And that was very appealing for me. And the big challenge with it is, and I think this is for anybody who creates anything, is putting yourself out there. To some degree, there's a lot of ego that goes into that moment where you say, well, I've been reading, 1984 or Green Hills of Stranglethorn, and I think it's amazing. And now I'm going to try to write something that somebody is going to read. That's a giant leap of faith. It's a moment of putting yourself out there completely. And there's got to be some part of that that's ego. There's some part of it that's masochistic. And I think for people who want to create and build stuff, they can't help but to do it. You don't really have an option. That's just how you're wired, and you're going to do it anyway. And, I admire people like Dickinson who can just write all the poems and leave them in a drawer to be discovered by somebody else. That's one way to go about it.
Yeah, Franz Kafka, a lot of the stories he wrote never published, and he asked for all of them to be destroyed. And then it's only because of his friend that ignored his request that we even have many of his stories. So to be that kind of, clearly there's some masochism there, some tortured soul.
Yeah.
But then there's also the ego, like you mentioned. I'm always entertained by the story of James Joyce when he was a young man, 18, 19, declared that he's going to be the greatest writer of the 20th century. And he turned out in the eyes of many to be one of the greatest writers of the 20th century. But there's millions of kids just like James Joyce, writers, they're declaring exactly that turn out not to be. But that is, in some cases, in many cases, maybe most cases, you have to have that ego.
Yeah.
To say, I'm gonna, right. I read 1984 and now I'm going to write the next 1984.
Yeah, and I do think ego is a big part of it. It's one of the many lessons I've learned. Hearing your Kafka story is funny because fast forwarding to how my writing career ended, I literally threw away everything. In a dumpster. I used to keep copious notes, like journals, my writing journals, everything I ever read, every story idea. I probably had 20 volumes of just handwritten notes. And then I also kept personal journals.
You
just
dumpstered it all?
keep the writing habit up of just, what happened in my day, how I was feeling, all of that. And then either digitally or typed, I had all of my manuscripts.
You can't take it with you.
And I threw it all in the dumpster.
What was that decision? Do you remember that decision? What was that like to just take that part of your life and just put it in a dumpster?
Yeah, it was, I think it was necessary. It was necessary. This is like rationalizing it after the fact, which is easy to do, But at the time, I think I was so broken and so defeated with failure that I needed the moment. It was like throwing in the towel for a boxer, It's that moment of I'm not going to win this fight. and you need to move on from it. And if there was any element of that sitting around, I'd be tempted to try again or bring it out of the drawer 10 years later.
We should mention that you did give it a real try. You've mentioned receiving over 170 rejection letters in 1 year when submitting your stories. So there's a lot of rejection. So
Yeah.
there's a long chain of rejection. And then what was that like? The rejection.
It was hard. I had moved from New York. I did the most terrible, dumb thing that I knew I was doing at the time. I had a really great group of writer friends from grad school in New York. And I think writing's a very lonely, solitary thing, but weirdly, writers kind of support each other and just, who do you give the story to? You know, you don't want to give it to your mom or dad. You know, you kind of want to give it to somebody who's going to really punch you in the nose and tell you what's wrong with it. And I had left that writing circle to move back to California.
Did you take a bunch of drugs, take your typewriter, and drove across across the United States, and then wrote a book about it, or just to take Kerouac as an example? Anyway, sorry. You went.
I might have been more successful had I done that.
So sorry. So you went back.
So I moved back to California, and I did it for a girl, and I think within 2 months of moving back, we were broken up. So, and I knew it when I was standing in my studio apartment when it was empty in New York and I was about to close the door for the last time. I had that, like, you know, little me on the shoulder saying,
Incoming tell.
Dude, what are you doing? You're making one of those epic life mistakes that is going to come back to haunt you. And, I ended up alone in California, and I think it was a good 3 years that I structured my life
Incoming
where I was
emote.
going to write for 8 hours a day, because it's that writer's habit. Like, you have to just force yourself. This is a job. This isn't a hobby. Whether I like it or not, rain or shine, sick or healthy, I'm going to write for 8 hours a day. And I did. I was fortunate. Like I said, my dad had his company, and he hired me as a research associate. So I was calling up, generating name lists for a recruiting company. And I would take, whenever there was East Coast assignments, I would take those so I could start at like 5 in the morning. And I created all of this space for me to write. And I had a dog named Jack, he was Jack Russell Terrier. And so everybody's like, you're a writer. You named your Jack Russell Terrier Jack. I'm like, I named him after Jack Kerouac. It's poetic and epic. And I just look like a dumbass. But it was just me and this dog. And I was writing, you know, all that time intensely. And this was mid to late 90s. So even though internet existed, email was very primitive. And you had to send a manuscript off, like printed paper, to all, like, I was trying to get short stories published in literary magazines, and you had to send envelope with return self-addressed stamp. So it was expensive too. Like, if you didn't have money, there was a cost to it, to every single one of them.
You had to pay for the rejection letter that you.
Hello. Hey. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Sure. I'm sorry. Oh, good. No, I'm not the biggest soup fan. Yeah, I can talk. I can always talk, yeah. Yeah, I would like to do the same thing. Or no, never mind, no. We're good. All right. Yes. Check, 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 check. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh wow. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It would eventually.
Uh-huh. Okay. The vet agreed. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to battle it, battle it. I mean, you know.
to receive.
Yeah. And the like big thing that you
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I got a phone call and I was just putting on something to eat for lunch. See if I can connect to my AirPods. Interestingly, following the fire that killed him, Trump sued him.
You were hoping for was that the editor would write you a note with the rejection letter, like,
keep going.
Yeah. And you'd like cling on to this. Like it was like, oh, Glimmer Train said, you know, showing promise, you know, and you just hang on to that for like a week, you know, pretending like that was, but it was just soul crushing. And I really stuck, and I became more and more isolated. Part of that was leaving that group of writing friends in New York. I'm prone to just introversion anyway, the type of person I am. Breaking up with the girlfriend at the time, I just sort of fell into that world of like all I was doing was writing. And it broke me. Like I went into very deep and heavy depression. I drank too much. I really had a problem with alcohol. And all of those things compounded into just deep, deep depression. And there wasn't like a magic rejection that broke me. That would have been epic if like someone out there is like the dude who, I'm the dude who broke Jeff that one day. But I just had a moment where I said, this is going to destroy me. And like, I don't want to be discouraging to anybody because I really do believe, like, you hear it so much, like, you have to work for your dreams, never give up. Like, we're trained this way, like, never give up. The universe, actually, maybe not the universe, a group of editors at literary magazines across the United States was telling me it was time to give up as a writer. Like, I wasn't cut out for it. And I stopped.
Sometimes, you know, closing a door is required for another door to open. That's one of the hardest things to do, is to walk away.
Yeah, and I think rightly so, our parents, our coaches, our mentors train us not to give up. And I think a lot of us take pride in that. I'm never going to give up. I'm going to do this come hell or high water. And sometimes there's that reality, especially when you're now in your mid 20s, where you have that moment of like, am I really going to be this? Like, am I ever going to sort of find the light here? And maybe, and it's so hard to have this moment, maybe this isn't my calling in life, especially when you don't know what the next calling is going to be.
God, it's so painful. It's because you've invested so much of yourself, of who you are, of the dreams you've had, of this just whole conception of yourself, and you're watching yourself slide down in terms of becoming isolated, suffering more and more, and then you just have to somehow figure out how to get out of that. And it is true. In that situation, the way to get out is the dumpster.
Yeah.
Is to cut it off. Is there advice you can extract from that? There's a lot of young folks who are in that same situation.
Yeah, this is one of those hindsight things where, having gone through it and ended up okay on the other side, which you don't know at the time. When you're a young person in your late teens or early 20s, there's so much pressure on you. And I really think adults don't help. Every time you run into the younger nephew or whoever and you start to say things like, oh, what's your major? What are you going to do with that? What do you want to be? It's such bullshit to do to a human being.
You're so lost in the world. I mean, most of us are lost our entire lives, but especially in your 20s, you're lost. So questions like, what are you doing? What's your major? What's the career? And so on. That's not the point, man. I'm trying to find, I'm trying to move through the world. I'm trying to run through the world to find the thing that sparks
Figure
my
out
heart.
who I am.
To find the passion, to find what I'm meant to be on this earth for. And they're really, I mean, that is a real hero's journey of searching as a young person. That's a real, all the adults with their wisdom, they've stopped searching often. They've done the lazy, the comfortable thing. They found their thing. And so now they look back, they don't remember how much suffering and how much uncertainty that young people have to deal with.
There's confusion, there's pressure, like the pressure we exert on younger people for having it figured out it's insane. So the advice that I always give, and it sounds so stupid, like this sounds really trite, but focus on what you want to do, not what you want to be. The pressure that society kind of puts on us is, oh, do you want to be an astronaut? Do you want to be a firefighter? Do you want to be a writer? Do you want to be a game maker? And I think we get lost in the trappings of like a vision of what that role is and how to perform as a fake actor in that role versus when you're off the clock and no one's asking you any questions. You're not at Thanksgiving dinner and your uncle's pressuring you into, what your future is going to be for the rest of your life. When you go home, how do you spend your time? Like, what makes you happy? What brings you fulfillment? And through those paths, you're going to find out what you're going to become, not what you want to be. It's what do you want to do?
What do you want to do? The thing that brings you joy on a moment by moment basis. Yeah, that's brilliantly put. And speaking of which, that's where you took the pivot. You switched to video games. How did that happen? Gradually, suddenly?
Gradually and suddenly. So when I had that fateful moment where I just sort of gave up with writing, I had these days where I'd structured 8-hour chunks of just, this was writing time. I'd sit solitary, typing, all that was gone. And, you know, I could still support myself, which was nice. And then I had this free time and I wasn't spending it with anybody. I was just alone, me and the dog Jack. And I just poured it all into EverQuest.
Yeah.
You know, it was 1999 when that game came out.
That's what I did.
And I had a friend, Victor, like kind of a lifelong friend. One of the few friends I had who played computer games, because there was a stigma to that. You know, it wasn't, you didn't walk around telling people you played games. They thought you waste your time. And my friend Vic had bought EverQuest. I'm like, that's that game that guy Brian Hook went to work on. Is it good? And he's like, yeah, you got to play it. And the moment I logged in, I was just transported. It was the world of Norath. And it wasn't just the world itself and how it looked. I thought the game was gorgeous. It was the mechanics, you know, that I was this halfling rogue that, you know, had to go out and adventure in the world. And when I killed stuff, I got experience, and I needed better loot to kill more stuff, to get more experience. And the sort of draw of progression in the game, it was amazing. I just lived my life of, I can't wait till the next time I log in. There was a lot of escapism going. It wasn't all healthy. When all was said and done, when I finally had quit EverQuest 3 days later, you could type in the command /played to see how much played time you had. I think it was like 272 played days in 3 years. So you start to do the math on like how much time in those 3 years I was living in that world. It was kind of insane.
Well, that's over 6,000 hours.
Yeah.
Of gameplay.
Yeah.
Wow. So here, going to Perplexity, EverQuest is a long...
Let's see how many days this character has. You want to go outside? Hey, kitty. I have 157 days on just this private server character. Now, 150, and some of it was AFK, to be honest. You know, some of it's AFK. A lot of it, probably 50% of it is AFK. So let's cut it down to 75 days, something like that. What's 75 times 24? 240 some odd. I don't know. Or 140 some odd, excuse me. 1,800 hours. Yeah, I have like 1,800 hours on just this private server. I don't even know what my Eve account's on. They made Diablo 4 free, and I could just play Diablo 4 on GeForce Now right now. I haven't played in a long time. Oops. Nope, something's wrong. Go back out. Classic era. Hardcore. Oops, corn.
Running 3D fantasy massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, set in the world of Norath, as you were saying. First released in March 1999. It is an online role-playing game where thousands of players create characters, group up, and explore persistent shared world. It is widely regarded as one of the foundational MMORPGs helping define raid content, guild systems, and 3D online worlds. That's the other component of it. It's all humans, and they group up.
Yeah.
And they raid together in the game.
Yep. In the context of EverQuest, raiding is usually around 30 people or more getting together to conquer something that you couldn't beat otherwise. And to do successful raiding, you usually need to join what in EverQuest everyone referred to as an Uber guild. So I had this great pride in my EverQuest journey that most of the time leveling up, I was ungilded, or I was in like a role-playing guild with rogues only. And it was when I got to level 50 in EverQuest was the top level, I got invited into this guild called Legacy of Steel, which on our server was the top. Every server had a top guild. And I was on a server called the Nameless server, and the top guild was Legacy of Steel. And the thrill of getting 30 people together to go see if you could beat, Nagafin, who was the fire dragon, or Vox, who was the frost dragon, and needing perfect coordination to pull it off. It was insane how fun, like you would literally scream out, you're alone in your room at home, but you felt like you were there with these people, and you would audibly cheer out when you won, and you feel depressed when you lost. And it was a game of high highs and low lows, and it did everything right. It was amazing.
So that was a big leap for you to go from the proud lone warrior to a member of a guild, Uber guild. And then there's that epic story of you rising to the top to become the leader of the Uber guild.
Yeah. So organizing people in an online game like EverQuest is like herding cats, because everyone has their own will. Some people are loot motivated, some people want the guild to do well, some people are just lonely and want people to hang out with. And there was also a lot of depression in the EverQuest community. It was something I suffered with, but a lot of people, anytime you're feeling sad or down, you're looking for escape. And one of the great things video games brings us is escapism. And escapism isn't always bad or negative, but when you sort of abuse it to escape your real life problems, it's bad and negative.
So there's a mix of pain and darkness. That pain can manifest as all part of this community.
Yeah, and what's weird is you enter the cycle where being with the other people gives you camaraderie and relief and makes you feel like you're not doing so bad in life. But you can quickly enter a cycle but then you're withdrawing from life, and it makes you feel that way more, to where you can only get the fix from the game at that point. So it's psychologically, there's a lot going on there.
And so you had to work with all of that. You have to get a bunch of people together to do a raid who are all human beings going through complicated psychological journeys of their own. Some are talking shit. Some are just quietly lonely, just looking for some loot.
In the late 90s, everyone was talking shit. You know what I mean? Like, the gaming culture was just a different thing back then. But it was a great group. It was super fun. It was people from all walks of life. And to coordinate these people, like, you just had to repeat everything like 200 times. Like, okay, we're gonna port from North Row. Everybody get to North Row. And then you'd have to repeat that for like 6 hours to have any chance of like 20% of the people showing up in North Row. And I sort of like, at first I joined the guild, I was just like the bright-eyed, bushy-tail, like I was like one of the few rogues in the guild. I just wanted to be helpful. I really admired the people running the guild. Like, we had a great guild leader. And it was just a really fun experience. And, the guild leader one day just disappeared. Like, he quit and he was going through, his own thing. And that's what would happen in EverQuest. Like, people would just kind of disappear all of a sudden. There wasn't hey, in about a month, I'm going to stop playing because I'm starting this new job. People had to quit in some dramatic way where they just disappear. And basically our guild leader stopped playing.
Did you miss them when they disappeared? Like, we should say that most of the people, maybe all of them, were anonymous, so you just have a username and you don't really say who you are in real life?
Absolutely. In those days, there was a great stigma to mentioning any real life info. You just kind of kept it all really close to your chest. And you never knew who was male or female. Yeah. You kind of assumed everybody was male.
Safe assumption.
And then it was a surprise if they were actually female. Yeah. Like my wife, for example. That's how I met her.
You met her in EverQuest?
I met her in EverQuest.
That is a true love story, right?
Yeah. There. Yeah.
Wow.
The funny part for me with EverQuest is, you play a game as much as I played EverQuest, and people are like, you threw years of your life away, like, you can't win a game like that. And I'm like, I don't know, like, sitting here today, my whole career and my family are thanks to EverQuest, so I think I won the game.
That's how I feel about WoW.
Yeah, you're like the well.
That's how I feel about WoW.
You're like.
I hate WoW. Or WoW FFXI. I kind of feel that way about FFXI.
Here's an example of somebody.
Why
video games are
Rust.
Awesome. I mean, some of I should mention as an aside. For me and many people I know, yes, it's hundreds of hours, but some of the happiest hours and days of my life, like looking back, it all worked out. During it, you are pretty low, and you think, what am I doing with my life? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But like looking back, just the all-nighters you pull playing a particular video game, allowing yourself to really fully be immersed, seeing the sun come up. By the way, many of those games for me were Blizzard games. It's an incredible thing that video games have been able to do. I think, it used to be, and still is somewhat the case, that books do that kind of same thing. They take you on a journey. But video games for a long time, you're right, they had a stigma. Like, I couldn't tell people. I felt like I was doing like heroin or something.
Yeah.
I felt like I was doing this secret dark thing. It's usually it usually is in the dark. There's just this secretive nature to it. Like, I'm doing something really dark and shady.
It wasn't mainstream.
It wasn't.
It wasn't there was a stigma to it. And one of the weirdest parts of that is, I mentioned like you could type in the /played in EverQuest. Well, if you did the /played on how much TV people watch, what would that look like? It would blow 6,000 hours out of the water easily. Yeah. Well, in 20 years ago it would have, not today.
Now it's the phone. Yeah. But then it is hard to say goodbye to that world.
Yeah.
Those are also really painful times. How hard was it to say goodbye for you?
To EverQuest? It was really hard. And there were times where you try to quit.
Oh, you took a break sometimes?
Yeah. You think you're quitting for good. You'd have those moments of like, I'm doing this too much. I need to move on in life. Yeah. I'm going to put it down and walk away. And
I had a period. I did that with WoW in 2015. I was like, this game is just not what I started. It's not. It's the death of the industry. I thought that in 2015, and I was so depressed. I was like, I'm going to go smoke meth and heroin now. And I'm just going to be like, fuck the devs. Fuck them and their stupid asses. They ruined the industry. Fuck them. I hated it so bad. I hated them so bad. I still sort of do. And I just gave up. I fell down to the streets. I had other reasons, and I had other stuff going on, but it's like, but the main thing was that people, I remember people in the back of the coffee shop are like, do you plan to do this your whole life? Just like, smoke meth and live in a burnt out restaurant and like go to the back of the coffee house for your sociality and stuff. And I was like, no, I don't plan on doing this my whole life. I just, I was a WoW player, a WoW raider, and what I do is dead. So I wander the world of men looking for work amongst men, just trying to get back to my mountain home now, basically. And it's not just Denver that died. It was WoW. It was all the worlds that I live in pretty much died. Denver died. Platt Park died. They didn't die, but they're dead to me in the respect that the rent was raised so high you can't live there anymore. So they're like dead. They're like dead to me. And I just got so depressed. I was like, the drugs aren't real. They keep stepping on the dope with garbage. The movies suck. The television suck. It's just, they're not even watching. Like, the only show I would even bother watching was Trailer Park Boys. It was like the only show I could stand to watch because it was the only show that seemed to me wasn't poisoned by fucking terrible TV executives. I think Mike Clattenburg was a showrunner on Trailer Park Boys. He also did Black Jesus on Cartoon Network, and I don't think, I mean, until Cartoon Network, he did not have a corporate overlord, like, besides like the C1 or whatever the Canadian television channel is. I'm sure there was like people who told him he could and couldn't do things, and he hated the censors and stuff. But I would say the Trailer Park Boys, for all its flaws and all of its low-rate DIY stuff, it never ever capitulated to any television norms. And for one thing, there was like 4,000 cocksuckers or something in the whole 13 seasons or whatever it was. They said the word cocksucker constantly since episode 1. And so now I do it. Because they did it on that television show for like 13 years. They just said cocksucker a lot. Every time somebody was a dick, they were a cocksucker. You just called them a cocksucker. And I just didn't even think about how that might have like some kind of, you know, anti-gay or homophobic message that I just don't really want on my channel. But I mean, I also don't care about the word cocksucker. I don't think it has, to me, it doesn't have a gay connotation or whatever. So I think some people probably bother by my use of that word, but I mean, like, it was on Trailer Park Boys for like 13 years and shit. I think of Richard Nixon as a cocksucker, or Donald Trump as a cocksucker, and those are words that I reserve for rich, straight, white men. It's come up on my channel a lot before. And it's not some slur to me to call straight men that, you know, it's not a slur. It's weird. So, so now I don't know, so, and that's what I want my channel to be. I like all the time people are like, you could do it this way, or quantity over quality, quality over quantity, and all this stuff. And it's like, I know what I'm doing. You don't think I had a vision? I had a vision when I started this. I didn't know what it was going to be. I started and I didn't know it was going to be tripling games like Eve and WoW and FFXI. I didn't know it was going to be that. I had to take the journey. I didn't know. Now I just play my comfort level and I'm happy. And I think everybody's looking for something. So when somebody sees a streamer who isn't trying to be like Mr. Beast, they're like, what a loser, what a loser. But it's like, no, dude, I'm totally free. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I don't give a flying fuck what somebody else thinks or says about it. I don't read the chat because I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's honest. Like, I mean, it's full-blown honest. It's a lot more honest than a lot of the other streamers are. And like, I know what it is and what it isn't. And I love my community, and I write them personal messages when they favor me and show me subs and stuff like this. I love my community. I love them to death. You know, Glorbis, and you know, there's all these fucking people that, you know, I don't want to go through all the fucking names. They're on my channel. You know, I don't want to call anybody out. Glorbis, Anime God, you know, Glorbis, Anime God. You know, I got believers. And it's kind of funny. It's like, you know, whatever. Even if it's only 2 people, I hope I entertain them. I'm there all day, every day. They can tune into me like a Fallout radio. I'm like Fallout Radio. I just go all fucking day and I play whatever is going on in the background. You can just tune in and it's like Fallout Radio. It's just whatever Skycat's into that day, you know? I feel like Fallout Radio. I feel like a DJ and a video producer and an editor and all this shit. And I feel like I'm my own television show. I'm my own television audience. I'm my own everything. And I'm my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. The kind of stuff. And like, you know, and whatever, I like what I do, and I don't care what somebody else thinks about it. And it's sort of odd. It comes up sometimes in your work when they talk about this. Kaplan's interesting. I think he's an interesting guy, although he's a developer.
Come back, and there were times where you did come back.
Yeah, I took a break in 2015. I went for it was earlier than that. It was like 2013. I bombed out to the streets and I was like living there. 2015, I was just living in a burnt out restaurant, completely like cut off from the rest of everybody except for the coffee shop or whatever. I was just, and I played some video games, but I didn't like do it every day at all. I play some FFXI here and there, maybe some Fallout 4 on the PlayStation or some Overwatch. That's how I got good at Overwatch. But I didn't like play video games every day for like 7 years, something like that. Because it was that feeling that what I was doing was bad, that it was selfish and destroying my life, or that people thought I was wasting my time. I know now that I just needed to accept myself and who I was. Now I don't care, and I don't care for their judgment either. I don't care, I don't care that I play video games all day. I love what I do. I'm proud to do it. Most people would love to do what I do. And people get uptight, like, you should be this way, or you should be that way, or you should change your title, or you shouldn't watch that streamer, or whatever. And it's like, okay, I'll listen to I'll listen to your constructive, criticism, and I'll change. But but it's still my channel. I'll do as I please.
When I finally did leave EverQuest, it was actually
and I love that. To me, it's like autonomy. It's like autonomy. It's an autonomy. It's autonomy in my job. I'm kind of like, can you help me dictionary define the word autonomy? Make your own decisions and control in your own life. Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, and so I have autonomy in my job. And even listening to people sometimes about my job is kind of like not having autonomy in my job, because then it's their vision, not mine. Occasionally there's been pressure to play games and stuff, and I was just like, I'm terribly sorry. I know I wasn't raised on that game, and I don't like that game like you do. That comes up sometimes, and I'm just like, we're all who we are. We all are who we are. There's not much you can do. I'll go to the bat handler, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to the bat handler. I'm in the background. I'm not going to change who I am. I'm that person who grinds those games. And while I was out in the real world for a long time and I built a lot and I did a lot, I'm not that person anymore. And I'm happy about it.
Speak quickly.
Back to Terran Mill? Yeah, I believe I do go back to Terran Mill, but before I go back to Terran Mill, I will log and I will go to my bank and I will sell the things that I just made.
Extremely easy, because I was psychologically done with the game at the time. It was not shortly, but not too long after a new expansion had come out. At the time, it was Shadows of Luckland, which didn't speak to me like the expansions before. Like the one before that was called Scars of Velios, which was an amazing expansion. And I had gotten the job at Blizzard, and I guess I'm just an obsessive person. So all the time and energy that I had put into EverQuest, the second my first minute started at Blizzard, that was my new obsession.
So speaking of which, you have to tell the epic origin story of how you got the job at Blizzard. As we said, you were this legendary gamer and now legendary troll on EverQuest, username to go. You gave a lot of edgy feedback to the devs, telling them in now famous, there's several rants. There's a famous one where you tell many of them to do a bunch of things, including to pull their heads out of their asses. You were loved and respected because you gave a lot of specific ways that the game could be improved. And that's an important thing to say. You weren't just talking shit. You actually really loved and cared for the game, and you gave them, in the language of the time, advice on how to improve their game. And it's funny because, like, you look back to those messages it's inspiring to me. It should be informative and inspiring to a lot of people because you're really legit full-time talking shit. And now, and always have been, like one of the kindest, most loved human beings in the entire gaming industry. Anyway, how did that lead to you getting a job with Blizzard?
So when the first guild leader left Legacy of Steel, the founder, he was a guy named, his online name was Dread. That was his name. He left. And our guild was kind of in this listless spin for a while. And eventually somebody stepped up and took his position as guild leader. And that person's name was Ariel, who was this blonde wood elf warrior female who always refused to wear a helmet because thought their character was so pretty, wanted to show their face all the time. So Ariel was a great guild leader for us and made me like a assistant guild leader, raid leader, officer type in the guild. And over time, Ariel got busier and busier and, you know, would send me messages like, hey, I'm not going to be online, you know, tomorrow, or I'm not going to be online tonight. Can you run the raid? Can you run the raid? And running the raids was very natural for me. And it was my first experience with leadership in my life of like, how do you motivate people? Like, what does motivation look like? What does discipline look like? How do you inspire people? When do you force people versus encourage them? You know, so it was a learning experience for me on the fly. And I had the safety net of the real guild leader would log in eventually.
I should mention, I'm just now reading about, doing a bunch of research on Justinian of the Roman Empire, and he rose from being a peasant to being emperor. So I see a lot of parallels in your life journey from peasant to emperor. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's what MMOs are. That's what MMOs are. I have my personal empire on Eve. I've got billions flowing out. I'm talking billions.
Request guild leader. That's as much as I can say. Uber guild leader. Best guild on the nameless server. So as time went on, Ariel became busier and busier. And then one day they contacted me and we were having this like whisper back and forth, and they said, you're going to have to take over the guild. I'm just too busy. And then it came out later. Well, let me back up a second. I started fooling around, like around this time, Half-Life 1 had come out. And with both Duke Nukem and Half-Life 1, one of the incredible things that those companies did back in the day was when they shipped the game, they shipped the editor on the CD. And if you were curious enough, you could like fire up that editor and fool around with it. So I made a Duke Nukem level, and you'd send it off to like those UK programming magazines, and you know, you get excited because your level was in, you know, some random magazine. And then I started making like Half-Life levels, and Ariel had stepped down as guild leader. I had become guild leader. And then at one point, Ariel contacts me and says, hey, you know, you were talking about those Half-Life levels you made. I want to see those. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, I didn't know you played Half-Life. Like, yeah, maybe we can get a server up and I can play them. And Ariel tells me, no, mail them to this address in Irvine. And because, again, to rewind in the time machine for a second, to send something like a Half-Life level over the internet would have taken like 12 hours. So you actually like burned it onto a CD and stuck it in the mail. So I put my Half-Life levels, I send them to Ariel, and he says, you know, my name's Rob. I'm a designer at Blizzard Entertainment.
Wow.
I hear you're in Pasadena because you mention it. You know, I write about, you know, the Rose Parade and all these things on our website. You know, it was blogging before blogging existed. So he knew I lived in Pasadena. He's like, Irvine's only an hour away. Why don't you come down, see Blizzard, and you can also meet, and he names like 4 people in the guild. And I'm like, they all work at Blizzard too? He's like, yeah, we're all Blizzard. And it was so weird because during that era, I didn't have a lot of money. It was not like, kind of nowadays, it feels like everybody plays every game, but you had to be selective. So like I never bought StarCraft or Diablo or Warcraft. I was much more of the Half-Life, Quake 3 guy around that time. And I never played a Blizzard game, and I just got invited to like go to Blizzard Entertainment.
Was Blizzard already legendary? You know, with the Warcraft and StarCraft, was it building this like great legend of this game company that seemingly doesn't miss?
It was very much on its way to enshrining itself as being one of the legendary game. Like it was beloved by gamers, but there were still ignorant people like me who hadn't played, you know, War 2 or Diablo 2 or StarCraft, which was shocking to people.
So you weren't like freaking out.
No, I was freaking out in a different sense. I'm like, am I going to get mugged when I like, is this a scam? Because you didn't meet people off the internet. So I drove down there. I ended up, there was Rob Pardo, who at that time was the lead designer on Warcraft 3. And he was Ariel, you know, so okay, it wasn't a woman after all. It wasn't this blonde wood elf. You know, I don't know what you expect at that point. It was Rob Pardo. To this day, a great friend of mine named Scott Mercer was the enchanter in our EverQuest guild, a guy named Dale O'Min.
That's me.
There was a guy named Roman Kenny who was like this totally psychotic wizard who played in our guild. And I had lunch with these guys. You know, we just went out to Irvine to like a restaurant. And, you know, forgive me for the misuse of the phrase, but it was like my coming out moment. And we talked about games having that stigma and being embarrassed about who you are and what you like. Like up until that point, I would never tell friends, family, like I love games. I'm playing this game, EverQuest. It's so cool. We just killed a dragon. And so you were hiding this part of your identity. And I'm out to lunch with these guys in Irvine, and we're talking about dragons and swords and, you know, raid tactics and talking shit on all the people in the guild. And I literally had this moment where I felt like myself for the first time. I just felt like so comfortable.
Wait. That's an Attack on Titan character.